Hey, what's up, wrong person? How you doing, man? Studying for physics exam? Physics? You know, I love physics, but I hate physics in school. This time's paper is easy though. Physics is incredibly what? How is that a thing? What's your paper about this time, by the way? Is that immune to electro? Studying in hospital is such a... In the hospital is such a mood. In the hospital? You're in the hospital? Oh, yikes. Yeah, I guess it's fine. I'll get rid of it. The boy got hospitalized. What's up, man? What happened? Hope it's nothing too serious. Accident on the road on the way to school. Wow. Man, wait. On the road? Like, you were driving road? Or like, you were a pedestrian and you somehow got involved accident? What kind of injuries you got? Hey, what's up, Chokoshu? Cycling on the road. Ah, man, that sucks. Yeah, that sucks, right? Like, okay, like either you were on the shoot, what's it called, bike path on the bike lane, and you still somehow got involved, or there was no bike path, which, you know, like, either way it's sad. It sucks that that place doesn't have bike paths when biking is actually like you said, for example, you cycle to school. That means cycling is actually a viable option of viable mode of transportation for you, and if it's viable for you, I'm sure it's viable for a few other people as well, maybe even a lot of people, right? But if there's no bike path, if there are no bike paths, then that sucks. Or if there are bike paths and you still somehow got involved, then that still sucks, because like drivers yeah, the drivers there suck, I guess, because like even though there's a clear bike path, you still somehow got involved. So either way, it sucks. Anyway, I'm glad you're not, you know, like well, you seem to be happy, so I'm gonna take a guess, and it's not too serious, but serious enough that you had to get hospitalized for it. Anyway, I hope you get well soon, man. Lost all memory of that actual accident. No bad memories, at least. Well, that's a positive, huh? Right? It's a good thing. You had no memory of it at all. No bad, no good memories. You know, like no good memories. No memories of like anything to use as like, I don't know, evidence maybe, for the accident. But that also means no bad memories. Let Sigewinne take care of you. Oh man, Sigewinne will heal everybody, including enemies. My luck on this Furina banner has been so questionable. Oh man, that sucks, right? Like, don't you just hate it when like you like, okay, like in my case, for example, I already know that on most of my accounts, my luck is like I'm just average, but I do occasionally get like the random like good luck. But as far as like really good luck, like getting double 5 stars, I think that's only happened to me like once or twice across 3 different accounts. So my luck is, it's okay. It's not terrible. It's also not great. But yeah, like, oh, on the Nivelette banners, the most recent Nivelette rerun, man, that was awful on all 3 accounts. I had, yeah, pretty bad luck. Like lost 50-50, had to go, not to hard pity every single time, but like if soft pity or a little over soft pity. Yeah, so it didn't even get to have the opportunity to get his C1, which is, you know, and it was just awful. I just finished her story quest, and it was very good. Sigewinne? I didn't really pay attention, but from what I could see, it was like, it was wholesome, but kind of sad, I guess. This, I guess, disfigured, well, yeah, I guess, in a way, disfigured dude was, had self-esteem issues. So he, well, okay, I didn't fully get what he was trying to do. He was trying to, I don't know, like, make some sort of perfume or some sort of chemical that was gonna be bad for everyone or something. And then Sigewinne came in and saved the day. T1 Manuvillet's such a lifesaver. It is, right? Like, it just means that you don't have to lose, well, okay, technically you're not really losing damage by running double hydro, like I don't know, like Furina with Nivelet, right? Like in a with Kazuha and Zhongli. Technically you're not losing damage, but you're also not gaining damage from Furina's buff. Your damage is just the same, whether you go with that team or a rainbow team. But if you had C1, then you would actually get more damage from Furina's buff. Yeah, and the resistance to interruption is, ooh, such a nice thing to have, man. It's just something that you never really notice until it's gone. Did you watch the Natlan teaser of some characters? Yes, I did. I watched it. I'm gonna watch it again on stream, actually. I'm hoping that some of you guys on stream might have not seen it just yet, and we might watch it together. I was hoping for something refreshing, something new, but it's just another recycled model. Yeah, I don't know if we're ever gonna get like a new, like a very different character model. I mean, like the most different character models we've gotten so far are like the Alhaitham character model. I think it's a little different. I mean, don't quote me on that, but like I think it's a little different. Um, Now I understand that these are not like real like bulging muscles. It's just textures, right? But I think they made it a little beefier overall. Like especially if you put it side by side with Zhongli or especially Ito. What's up, Mr. J? How you doing, man? I like the Pyro Archon design, but I feel like we could have had more variety and a bit more uniqueness, considering it's a Natlan War. Natlan Nation of... It's Natlan Nation of War. Very Pokemon-like. You know, I think... Well, that's the thing, though, is like... These themes are all... Especially, you know, when it comes to Genshin. Oh, hey, what's up, Loyal Hater? How you doing, man? When it comes to... oh, hey, what's up? Yakin? How you doing, man? They're almost never straightforward. Like when they say nation of war, maybe there is some sort of war, right? Like physical war. Hey, what's up, Bakudan? How you doing, man? Um, maybe there is some like physical, like actual fighting war, killing each other war, but it's probably gonna be some kind of like mostly, right? It's probably mostly, I don't know, like a philosophical war or like a figurative war. It honestly seems really cartoony. Like there was remember that Dendro dude, the Dendro Zhao. There was like he had like I don't know I don't know what to call it, pixel art. He had some sort of pixel art next to him. I'm alright, Loyal Hater. Thanks for asking, man. What's wrong, man? Why are you sad? Yeah. Constant state of Poke Battle. They low-key put some Native American symbol designs in their hair. I mean, yeah, like isn't Natlan supposed to be based off of like I don't know, South America, I think? Hopefully it's a proper war. Please don't be the same as Inazuma, because I cannot take it seriously, the beach fight scene. I don't know. Like so I'm not gonna hold my breath about like an actual like IRL, like sorry, not IRL, like a real, like literal war. I'm not gonna hold my breath about that because like I already heard some theory crafters of, sorry, not theory crafters, like combat theory crafters, but like what's it, what are they called? Shoot, lore. Yeah, lore theory crafters. Already have theories about like something about that has to do with color. Oh, yikes. That was close. Can I get some energy first? Darn it. Okay, I don't think I caught the particles for that. Oh, I did. Nice. Oh, dear. That was poor timing. Poor timing. I keep forgetting what the revive icon looks like. This is revive, right? No. This thing? Yeah, okay. Let's see. Which one can I get rid of? Sure. I guess I probably won't need that. And the skill's on cooldown, of course.
Crucifixion.
Still kind of confused. Like, isn't she supposed to attack twice? Oh, that hits pretty hard. Isn't she supposed to do that? What is that? The ray gun thing, like whatever it's called, twice. But she only did it once here. If Capitana is playable, there's no doubt they will make him a top tier DPS like Navia and Arlecchino. Probably. I mean, we still have no idea about anything about him in lore, because like if you think about it, so far, like how we know a character is really good seems to mostly be very related to how powerful they are in lore, right? Like there are some outliers. Right, like Hu Tao, like Hu Tao is an outlier. Okay, well, Xiangling is. I don't think Xiangling's an outlier because like she literally has a pet god. Right, so I don't know, like makes sense. Okay, Xingqiu, I guess Xingqiu Bennett. I mean, hey, you never know, right? Like he like Bennett is one of those like, so like some of these like new isekai anime nowadays where like the main character is OP, like unlucky but OP. That's probably Bennett. That's probably what Bennett's gonna is like, why he's so good. But as for like most of the other mainstream 5 stars, they're strong like in lore, but they're also strong in the game. Not every time, but like so far, I think the majority of them. Right, like the Archons, Neuvillette, right? The Elemental Dragon. Arlecchino is one of the strongest Harbingers as well. So it also, she is also one of the strongest DPSs in the game. Oh, hey, what's up, Siri? Good to see you, man. Mayor 30 now. Ooh, nice. Congrats, Loyal. think he's got potential to be. He's quite hyped up considering he's number one of the Harbingers. It'd be wasted potential. That's true. That's true. I agree with that though. Yeah. He is quite hyped, like, especially because, like, there's a lot of mystery behind him. Like, they did it on, like, they purposefully didn't reveal anything about him. Like, not even the Harbingers have said anything about him, really. And even Child hypes him up, right? Like, even Tartaglia hypes him up. So there's, like, a lot of hype around him. So it would be actually wasted potential. But the new banner is banner in 4 stars. Ah, yeah. Do you have any questions about it, Bakudan? Senora, we got ashes. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. it's just funny because every time I think about Senora and what happened with her, what happened to her, I just can't help but think back to all the memes, man. Oh God, there was so much hype for her, and then like all of a sudden, boom, just got shut down like that. Was Capitano strong though? I mean, yeah. Actually, Tartaglia has a voice line about him, and yeah, he is the number 1 Harbinger. What do you think about pulling on the weapon banner? Okay, so the 5 stars are okay, so the key is okay. If you have Nilou, and I'm gonna assume you have at least some form of a Hyper Bloom team, right? Like with Kuki Shinobu on it. So if you have Nilou and you like playing Nilou, and you also use Kuki Shinobu as a Hyper Bloom procer quite often, the key is a pretty good weapon on her. Right, so it's an okay banner to pull on. Now the question is, do you have a Claymore character? Do you have any Claymore characters? Because there just isn't that many. There just aren't that many good Claymore characters to invest in right now. So do you have a Claymore character that's invested in that you actually enjoy playing, just in case you get Verdict? If you don't, then the risk is up to you, because like the weapon banners, it's okay. Well, the 4 stars are okay. Rust, I guess if you have Yoimiya, sure, sure. If you have Yoimiya and you don't have Thundering Pulse, okay, right? That's one good reason. And if you actually like playing your Yoimiya, Sethos, right? Even if you don't have Kazuha now, you probably might want to pull for him sooner or later. Right? So if you can get multiple copies of Sethos, like get it to R5, awesome. Perfect. That's you won already. That's as good as a 5 star right there. Dragon's Bane's okay. Okay. Yeah, Dragon's Bane's okay. It's an okay. Yeah, if you get it to like a high refinement, and if you have Hu Tao and you don't have Homa, it's pretty good on Hu Tao. It's okay on Shangling as well. It's just not the easiest weapon to build ratios on for Shangling. Also having at least 1 copy of Dragon's Bane allows you to use Raiden Shogun as a Hyper Bloom proc. Yeah, that's something that not many people think about. Is if you don't have any Dragon's Bane copies at all, then Raiden Shogun, full EM Raiden Shogun Hyper Bloom procer just is not an option for you at all. You'd have to go, what is it called? What's the EM craftable pole arm called? I forgot. But it's not better. It's slightly worse, I think, than... Shoot. Stop. Thank you. And I missed. I missed missing Cho E, jeez. Well, this is awful. I have to go into phase 2. Because Dragon's Bane is a low base attack 4-star, which means its secondary stat is very high at 221 EM at level 90. Whereas the I forgot the craftable EM polearm, but that is a high base attack polearm, which means the secondary stat EM is lower than Dragon's Bane. Did you play ZZZ? No, I did not. And I don't plan to. Siri. Yeah, I don't plan to play ZZZ at all. It's just... So ever since I heard about, like, I heard from Nilou's, his comments about how most of your playtime is going to be stuck on the TV screen interface, I was like, okay, all right. Like I would like the odds of me playing that game were already kind of, well, not super low, but like kind of low. But then I heard that, and then they just dropped to 0. But then like some part of me also wished that I hope that's not true, or I hope that will change. I hope that's only a thing in the early game. I hope that that's not gonna be the case for the whole, like, for the long term. And then so far, I'm not seeing that happening. So far, like, I don't see it happening. Nobody's saying otherwise yet. Yeah, so no. Still at 0% right now.
Yuko.
You guys think Wuthering Waves will be Genshin soon? Honestly, I can't really say. Like, I haven't been... The hype for Wuthering Waves it's still high, but like it's quieted down a bit to where like people who aren't in the Wuthering Waves community don't hear it anymore. So like I don't really know. I don't really have any news at all of Wuthering Waves, so I can't really say. Any new, any big news lately in Wuthering Waves? Like, if you could tell me, then maybe I might be able to, I don't know, like I might be able to form some sort of opinion. I hear they're still having some, well, not trouble. Like they seem. Last I heard is they sort of fixed the big optimization issues. Well, at least mostly fixed. But I still hear some people here and there having issues with optimization. Ooh, man, that was close. That was close. That was supposed to one-hit me. I think I just barely killed him right before the thing hit. I quit Wuthering Waves now and back to Genshin. What? Okay. Hey, I'm curious, Jace. What were your reasons for doing such? I don't have a good sword with crit substat except Harbinger. Harbinger, like Harbinger Dawn? Should I go for Blackcliff Longsword or keep the Star Glitter? Keep the Star Glitter for. Who do you need a sword on, Baku? Also, I think Loyal. Yeah, yeah. Can you read my Furina? I noticed something different. Um, sure. I could take a quick look at it, Loyal. Yeah, I could take a quick look at it. If you drop your UID, I could take a quick look at it. Hmm. Me, Genshin Wuthering is a draw. One is better in some aspects, and one is worse in some aspects. So far, yeah. I mean, like again, I don't know very much about Wuthering Waves, but so far that seems to, that's from my point of view. Yeah, I also think the same. Genshin is better. It's basically like if somebody was, if like the developers or like the owner or like I don't know, like the CEO of Kuro Games, um, he was like he plays Genshin regularly and loves the game and is very passionate about it, but just hates some aspects of it and decided, you know what, I could do better. I can take everything I like about Genshin and I can change the stuff that I don't like about Genshin. And that seems to be what Wuthering Waves exactly is. But then like all the other stuff, I think they fall short. Like the polish, right? Like so okay, I haven't seen enough footage of Wuthering Waves to say anything about the animations, the characters. Okay, so I guess the character designs, I can say something about their what's the word I'm looking for? Intentions. Yeah, about their intentions. According to what little I've seen of their character designs, their intentions seem to be purely just make them look attractive and cool or hot, whatever. And now, granted, that doesn't affect gameplay, I think. But I do appreciate Genshin's extra attention to detail, and not just like attention to detail. Sorry, that's wrong. The extra effort that they put in to make characters and their character designs look region specific, and like they even put in little trinkets in their costumes, like in their character designs, that show their personality and their connection to other characters. Like for example, Shenhe, Ganyu's, and Xianyun's costumes all look very similar to each other because Xianyun made their get-ups. Right? And like so like I appreciate, like okay, doesn't affect gameplay, but I do appreciate at least that level of like the commitment. Hey, loyal hater, you still in chat? If you drop your ID, I could take a quick look at your sorry, no, not Nahida, Furina. When I get all Natlan characters, Emelie confirmed better than Nahida. Better than Nahida. Ooh, that's a bold claim. Where are you hearing this news from? Where are you getting this news from, man? Story didn't resonate with me, too. Didn't get the feeling that the characters are supposed to convey. I mean, didn't they redo the entire main storyline like a couple of weeks right before release. I remember hearing about that. And if the fact that they redid the entire main storyline like a month or 2 months before the game's release, that means that the original storyline that they had was shallow enough that they could redo it in such a short amount of time. And the fact that they had so little amount of time to come up with a final main storyline, doesn't that scream that it's not going to be as deep and well thought out and well directed as like, most, like, I don't know, anything else, I guess. Hey, what's up, Ice Bear? How you doing, man? Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry. Sorry, Baku. Sorry. I forgot. Alhaitham, you could go with Iron Sting, either Iron Sting or Harbinger Dawn. Now that between those two weapons, I think they're basically the same. What should make you decide to go with which one should be your artifacts. If you can get to like 300 or 400 EM without Iron Sting, then you should just go with Harbinger. But if you can somehow get to a acceptable, at least at minimum an acceptable crit ratio even without Harbinger Dawn, but you have low EM, like I don't know, like 100 or like less than 200, then you should go with Iron Sting. Either Iron Sting or sorry, what fight is this? Domain. Either Iron Sting or Tokabu Shigure if you have it. And for Ayaka, just go with Amenoma, man. Like really, just save yourself the trouble. Save your Star Glitter. Star Glitters are like, they are so much more valuable because, especially because there just aren't that many options, like good options for like, among the Star Glitter weapons. Right, I think the Star Glitter sword is probably one of the better options. Or sorry, Star Glitter sword. Black Cliff sword is one of the better options, but it's not even that good. I mean, it's not. They basically all do the same thing, right? All the Black Cliff weapons. It's just that I think it's one of the better ones because Black Cliff sword and the Claymore. Because so for Claymores, there just aren't that many good 4-star Claymores, right? As for swords, okay, you know what? I think the Claymore is the the best Black Cliff weapon. Yeah, because there are actually many of the sword characters have really good options. Really good 4-star options. So yeah, just go with Amenoma on your Ayaka, man. Especially because it's really, you really don't need the crit damage from Blackcliff for Ayaka, because you could just build a lot of crit damage on her anyway, because you're likely going to be running her with 4 Blizzard. Ooh, that was fast. Wow, nice. That's probably a personal record for this team. 24 seconds, nice. 5-star sword in general. Jade Cutter, I think, is one of the better. Like, it's not the best 5-star sword out there, but it is one of the better ones because it is just it's just more widely usable. Yeah, I think it's just more widely usable. I'm not sure if I'm missing some other swords here. I can't, you know, like we have so many weapons in the game right now that it's not like 2 years ago or a year ago at least, where we had much fewer weapons in the game that I could sort of have at least most of them in my brain, off the top of my head. Nowadays we have so many different weapons that I can't really have all of them in memory at all times. It is the same as Nilou. If you use them in different team comps, you won't get their full potential. Yeah, I think so you know so Siri, I think I remember you said like you were gonna use her as a Hyper Bloom support, right? Now, when I heard about Emelie, I immediately thought, oh, okay, no, like some of the first rumors that I heard about her having off-field, about her being an off-field Dendro character, I was immediately like, are we finally gonna get a Nahida option? A Nahida option that doesn't apply too much Dendro. Right, a Nahida option, an off-field Dendro applier that that has weaker Dendro app than Nahida, because Nahida, no doubt about it, I still think she's one of the greatest, not just Dendro characters, but characters period in the game. But one problem that I very often have with her is her Dendro app is so strong that it's really hard to get an Electro Swirl after your first rotation. Especially when you're fighting like a single target high HP enemy. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, the banners. Yeah, yeah, and that's really like my biggest problem. So when the special program came, I was so looking forward to finding out what Emily's kit was all about. I kept hearing that, okay, she's a burning character, etc. And I was like, okay, well, yeah, even if she is a burning character, maybe there's a way that you could at least utilize, like, I don't know, like at least a majority of her kit in a non-burning team. And then the special program happened, and we found out that she doesn't do anything other than apply Dendro and do personal damage. RJ's this emoji. I mean, well, that emoji looks smart, whereas for me, I don't look smart. Like, like literally, I truly don't look smart. In fact, I honestly, I think I look dumb, really. I look, I don't know, friendly maybe, but like I think I personally look stupid IRL. I sound smart. I guess I'm just good at the way, like using words to sound smart, but as for being actually smart, eh. Yeah, well, I'm gonna go to sleep. All right. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us for a bit, Jace. Take care, man. So yeah, like some part of me was still hoping that there was a way to at least have access part of Emily's kit, even if I don't use her in a burning team. And then we found out in the special program that she's basically burning or nothing. Right? Because technically, sure, you can use her as just a Dendro applier. And I don't know, maybe TTDS or Prototype Amber. I guess so, sure. But okay, what else? She doesn't do anything else, right? She has no healing. She has no buffing capabilities, at least none that we know of so far. Actually, I'm an idiot. Well, you know, if I highly doubt that's true, but if that's true, then hey, at least you're an honest idiot, and I'm actually like giving you a thumbs up right now. I'm conflicted because I kind of want to save my guaranteed. It's fine, play who you like. I don't luck anymore. I already have 300 pulls above. Wow, I don't need luck anymore. I mean, you from what I okay, you haven't shown up to the streams in a while, Siri, but I don't know. But and I understand obviously. Yeah, I obviously I understand why busy with work, life, etc. Right, but I didn't know that you also took like a long break from wishing. Disappointing two latest 5 stars from Fontaine, Emelie, and Sigewinne are so underwhelming. Really? Oh, it sounds like you know your uh you know your Emelie stuff, Kazuha. Bro, can you do something? Yeah, no. I was just looking at chat. I was just chatting with you guys because I've been falling way behind on messages. I haven't been able to read much of your messages, so I'm taking a quick break just to chat with you guys. It's quick and teams might as well use Dendro Traveler. Yeah, that's true. That's true. TTDS on a polearm unit. Oh wait, no. Wait, she's a polearm unit. I keep forgetting. Yeah, you're right. I keep forgetting. No. Okay, no. Yeah, all right. That okay. Yeah, that further diminishes her value even. Like if you're not using her in a burning team, then she's basically like what? Nothing. Right? Like what else can you do? I keep forgetting that she's a polearm character. Like I just keep forgetting she's a polearm character because like she just doesn't look like a polearm character. You have RJ the dad, RJ the wise, RJ the dumbass, RJ the comedian. How many more RJs are there? Well, I don't know about comedian. The wise, I don't know. Like maybe in some things, sure. But like isn't everybody wise in at least one thing? The one thing that they're good at, right? Like or at least one or two things that everyone's good at. The dad, yeah, sure. Like literally I am one. The third one, though, I certainly can get behind the third one. When I heard burn, I just thought even Nahida can do that. Yeah, right? Right? Because, like, Nahida burning or not still does like a good amount of personal damage, whether she's in a burning team or not. Now, granted, there's only one Nahida, and you might want two, right? So if you want two Nahidas, but like the other one is usable in like many other teams, but your other Nahida is only usable in a burning team. Sure, I guess Emelie's okay. But then like okay, I don't know. Obviously, I don't know her numbers yet. Does she deal more personal damage than Nahida? Does she deal the same amount of personal damage than Nahida? I don't know. I'm not gonna hold my breath about her doing more personal damage than Nahida, but I don't know. Maybe in a burning team specifically, because that is her thing. And if she doesn't do more personal damage than Nahida in burning, then yikes, we have a problem. So many polearms in Genshin, I've pulled almost all of them without realizing. I think Emelie does more damage with Nahida on with Nina on burn only probably. I didn't. Dendro Traveler got me covered. Emelie just isn't that good, and she uses the same set as the Burning set in the Arlecchino domain, artifacts domain. Yeah, that's another problem too. Is like if you don't have so right now, the two characters that we have available in the game that can use any of the sets in that domain. No, not that one. Any of these two is literally only this set and two characters only, Arlecchino and Clorinde. And if you don't have either of those characters, then this domain is really painful to farm. It's really painful to farm. So that's an issue. That's a problem, I think. Apply Dendro in multiple waves without having to take field every 5 seconds. They're in burn damage resistance. Yeah, but then like so is Dendro Traveler, and so is Kali, and so is Baiju, and so does shoot, who else? Even Yao Yao, right? Like not a very short uptime, but hey, even Yao Yao can do it. So yeah, like if Emelie is not super, like I think the make or break, the thing that makes or breaks Emelie is how much personal damage she does, because like we don't like she doesn't do anything else other than apply Dendro and be like do the burning stuff, right? Like she just does more damage, more personal damage because of burning, and that's it. At least none that we know of, right? But maybe she does other things as well. I don't know. Maybe. But they haven't said anything yet. And if she doesn't do that, like if she isn't good in that one thing that she does, then yeah, that's totally gonna break her. Triple Arlecchino or what? Oh, that's her name? I'm so sorry. How do you read that? Mavuika. Mavuika? Is it Vui or Vui? Man, I have no idea about the Pyro Archon just yet. Like she's like what, 3 version updates from now. So like I don't know, man. I just, all I know is that Arlecchino is good. And even if we had like an Arlecchino rerun in like, I don't know, 5.0, I think you'd still be safe to pull for Arlecchino and wait for the Pyro Archon for like in 5.2. I is silent. What's up? What's up, Backpack Pepalon? How you doing, man? If Emelie is not hitting 30 or 40k at least in her max state, that would be a little... Yeah, that's true. That would be very disappointing. Because like that's literally the one thing she does. And if she's not good at that, then what good is she? Right? Anyway, while we're here, might as well talk about the banners before I switch over to my other accounts. I guess there's... Wow. This is a very filler banner. This is what? Just an excuse to finally rerun these 4 stars that nobody wants. Will Emelie probably help melt Ganyu? Oh, that's true. That's true. That's one thing she could do. If Emelie gives, I don't know, like some sort of resistance to interruption to the team or damage reduction. I know that she has like she gives the team like resistance to burning, so some sort of burning resistance. Hey, what's up, Ryuk? How you doing, man? But I don't know if she does like any sort of damage reduction, like other than burning. But if she gives something like resistance to interruption to the team, then I think she'd be like a great teammate for like a burn melt Ganyu. Kirara is good though. Well, okay. I personally don't really remember what Kirara does. As far as I remember, there's at least like a couple of teams that you can use her in where she's not really the best option, but she's a usable option. But she's cute though, so I'll give her that. Which server do you play on? I'm on the North America server, Yuk. I'm happy with this banner. Finally gonna see 6 Kirara and Ninguang. Do you use them? Or like is that sort of like just a character collection sort of like I feel satisfied? Kind of I can finally see 6 them. Only those who care about that new game mode will use Kirara. New game mode. Oh, you mean like I almost said theater mechanicus. Shoot, what is it called? Theater something. Imaginarium Theater. There you go. Imaginarium Theater. Really? How would she be good in that? I don't know. Like she's not even playable in the Imaginarium Theater. Because it's only what is it? Animo, Electro, and Pyro characters right now. Kirara shields, but most of all, she's memes in co-op. I heard about that. She's fun to play. She's fun to play, says Ninguang. Ninguang is well, she was, until power creep happened. Ninguang was actually like I wouldn't say top tier, but like she was a pretty good single target DPS back then. Like not sustained, but very bursty kind of DPS. Kaveh, come to me. Oh, Kaveh Wanters. You can finally pull for Kaveh. Now, okay, he's a 4-star, so do beware. There's no guaranteed for 4 stars. So, but hey, here you go. Kaveh Wanters. You can have Kaveh. You can have Kaveh. It's Abyss reset. I forgot. Yeah? Yes! Nice. Abyss reset. Wow, I completely forgot that it's the middle of the month already. Abyss reset. You know, I gotta admit, I'm not excited about Imaginarium Theater resetting. I wish I was. But I don't know. I would just like for Imaginarium Theater to have never become a thing and like to just go back to what Abyss was before, where it reset every 15 days or like twice a month. I don't know. I'm not excited about Imaginarium Theater. I mean, I'm still gonna play it because like free primos, but yeah. IT equals funds. Yeah, that's sort of what it is for me, really. Abyss is better. It's a more, I think the Abyss is a more satisfying end game. And by satisfying, like because most, like a majority of the players that can clear Abyss are going to be the mid game to end game players, right? And because it is a DPS check, it's a like, I don't know, like a time check, like how quickly you can kill enemies, how much damage you can do in a short amount of time. It feels like a much more satisfying way to reward end game players, like mid game to end game players, because you spent all this time and effort building your characters and teams, and you get rewarded for building them well. Whereas the Imaginarium Theater, like, I don't know, it's I don't know. I feel awful that all that effort that I put into all my characters and teams, I feel like I didn't need to do them. It makes me, yeah, that's how it makes me feel. It makes me feel like it was all for nothing, because it's not very hard, because the hard part about it is like just having enough built characters. And those characters that are built should be built enough. Not well built, but just built enough. Right? So I don't know, it makes me feel bad. Makes me feel bad that all that time and effort that I put into all my characters and teams, learning all this stuff about how to make them do more damage, how to play them efficiently, it sort of feels like it went to waste. I don't expect from Hoyoverse anymore. At least if there's a new quality of life, I get excited. Like there. Oh man, the most exciting thing for me, so like in recently, has been the higher max resin cap. Oh man. Other than that, like I feel so happy about this, and I was very excited about it, but I feel so much happier about it. Like I didn't know how much it would impact my, I guess, experience in playing Genshin would be. And I don't know, I'm so much happier than I thought I would be because of the higher resin cap. But it also feels kind of sad that if you think about it, like increase max resin cap is the best news. Isn't that kind of sad? Like, shouldn't we get something a little more exciting as our best news, right? Just, I don't know. Half expecting IT to be more divergent, like Divergent Universe. Oh, okay, this is like a Star Rail thing. I have no idea, sorry. Nilou would be horrible in it because she needs Hydro and Dendro to be in the same rotation. Yeah, that's true. And like the whole like elemental restriction thing, it feels so forced, right? It feels so forced. Like they're really forcing, like it's a forced like difficulty. Yeah, it's a very artificial and very clearly forced difficulty. Now, granted, the Spiral Abyss also has some sort of forced and controlled limitation or restriction on it. Like they could put specific enemies in the abyss, and they could make them spawn in a very specific location and timing. To cater more to certain characters and make other characters feel worse to play. But at least that feels more like you can fight through it with strategy, right? Whereas in the Imaginarium Theater, it just feels like the rules, and there's nothing you can do about them. It's helped from capping a good amount of times. Yeah, me too. I agree. And I'm so much, and I'm not even like afraid of like capping, because like I've just gotten so used to like, okay, I log in for the day, I do all my stuff, dailies, etc., resin stuff, and then like I don't know, like half a day later, I'll log in again, condense 1 or 2 resin, and that's it, right? Like I hardly ever cap on resin, even with a 160 cap, but because of the new higher resin cap, that just means I don't have to log in like in the middle of the day to condense resin. And I didn't know how much happier I would be. Like because I don't have to log in the middle of the day to condense resin. I feel so much freer. I was farming for artifacts for my brother, and ended up getting the entire perfect set. I mean, perfect set for Nivelet instant. Man, yeah, that does tend to happen. Even like I get that kind of stuff happen to me. Oh, like the emblem domain, dude. I have so many really good really good like full Shimenawa sets, and not just on across all three accounts, but like on each of my account. Like I have at least 2 or 3 like full 4 or 5 piece sets, like really good ones of Shimenawa, just because of farming emblem. And I hate it because I don't have any Shimenawa characters. I don't like how they give a trial or friend characters because it's supposed to be endgame. It feels more like an event, really. Yeah, yeah. It does. It really does feel more like an event. Full and true Furina does elemental skill damage. Endgame causes anxiety. Yeah, that's what they're trying to avoid. At least, going back to that one statement they made, I don't know, like 2 years ago, I think. They don't want to add more endgame because they don't want to add more, again, I'm doing air quotes here, more anxiety to the players. They don't want to give players more anxiety because they already give us so much anxiety with the RNG from the artifact stuff, the artifact RNG, from the limited amount of free. Okay, again, it's a whole like other discussion, but like the limited free resources, limited primo gems, the limited free gems rather, and like how perfectly they've done the math on how much free currency that they give out every patch, and how much their pity system is, like how much the pity counter is, right? Like the soft pity and hard pity, etc. In my opinion, I think it's just perfectly mathed out to where free to plays would need to be very lucky. Well, no, between somewhat to very lucky to get every character at every 5-star of every banner. But if they have average luck, then they will barely have enough to get 1 5-star per set of banners. So basically, 2 5-star, around 1.5 5-stars per patch. I think that they've done the math on it way before the game released. They already knew how many primo gems like a small minor event was gonna give. They already knew exactly how many primo gems a big main event was gonna give, and how many and they already calculated all of that stuff in relation to how much their hard pity and soft pity are. I don't know. Like, I don't think there's really much to talk about the banners. You know what? I guess there is something to say about Navia. I think Navia is. I still stand by how fun Navia is to play. My friend's account, my friend's whale account. He's a whale, but he's not like a giga whale that R5 C6 is everyone. Most of the 5-stars that he has, like no, actually no, not all of them just have R1 weapons. R1 weapons. Some of them are C6, some of them are C2, C3. But Navia, he has her at C0 with her weapon R1, and it's really fun to play. Navia is really fun to play. Her playstyle is so quick swappy, and like it's so dynamic and fun and active. And the fact that like if you just press her skill, you might not get the most optimal, like, I don't know, cannon shot. So if you want to have the most optimal cannon shot every time, you have to hold it, and like you have to get into position, and it is just so much fun. So if you like dynamic, like active playstyle, like quick swappy playstyle, I think Navia is a character for you. Especially if you have many of her good teammates as well. Nilou. Nilou is like the opposite. Nilou is like the opposite. She's like, okay, as long as you put her in a team, in a Dendro and Hydro only team. Dendro Hydro only team, and like you take advantage of her kit, you like you just turn your brain off. Turn your brain off. Make sure all your off-field abilities are on, and then go ham. And then like things will just like your screen will just bloom color. Yeah, your screen will just start popping and flashing, and then enemies are just gonna die. And like there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like there's nothing wrong with that. I think that has like there are some, and you know what? I would appreciate that too. Like if only if only I didn't need to save up primos for Yelan in the second half, I might go for Nilou. But Nilou is just not a top priority for me. She's more like a nice to have. She is very good in AoE content. Does she cause lag? I mean, I really can't say. I don't really play Genshin on a low end device anymore. I still have this old laptop that I had that I used to play and stream on, and it's not a gaming laptop. It's a thin and light laptop, and but it does have a graphics card. Not granted, not a graphics card for gaming, but it's a graphics card nonetheless. And this is the low end device that I could play Genshin on, but because I have a desktop now, I can't say if it causes lag anymore. I also don't have a phone that's good enough to play Genshin, so I can't, mobile. I have no idea. It's possible. It's very possible that she causes lag. Something might be wrong with that. If you have, oh yeah, you're right. If you have like epilepsy, because like the blooms just happen like and it's like it's just if your camera just so happens to be in front of where all your blooms are coming out of, I mean, granted, you get like every time you log into Genshin, there's an epilepsy warning, right? There's like a seizure warning. They show it on the screen every single time you log in. Whether you're a new player, old player, every time it's on the screen. There is a seizure warning. So if you have epilepsy, like a really bad case of epilepsy, and like you are very prone to seizures, you're probably not playing Genshin. Right? So, but if you are, what are you doing? Dude, please don't. Genshin is the type of game that most players play alone. Okay? So, if you just so happen to have a seizure while playing Genshin, please just don't. Okay? Just don't. Navia and Nilou are not a priority, but nice to have unit on my account. I have enough pulls for them. If you have enough pulls for them, that's true. I do agree. Navia. Now, I think Nilou does have higher DPS ceiling than Navia, even in single target. Yeah, like even though Nilou's specialty is AoE, I think Nilou still has a higher DPS ceiling than Navia. And by ceiling, I'm talking about like F2P ceiling. Like if you don't have Navia's weapon, you have no constellations whatsoever. I think Nilou has a higher, not significantly higher DPS ceiling, but like quite a noticeably higher DPS ceiling. But Navia, for those who are looking for like more active and more like like more active, quick swappy kind of gameplay, I think Navia is like one of the most fun characters to play. And if you're just looking for like a casual like turn on all my turn on all my off-field abilities, go on Nilou triple E, all right, like everything's dead, ha, nice. If you're looking for like casual casual like I don't know, combat, Nilou's the character for that. Hey, what's up, River Shen? How you doing, man? Really easy to build, apparently. Yeah, that's true. She is also very easy to build. So like Nilou is like a very good example of a character that casual players should play. And by casual, I mean like the types of play. Okay, I imagine I'm pretty sure about this, but like I think the theory crafting community and like the try hard F2P community, like combat oriented F2P community, I think we are the loud minority in like, at least like in the overall Genshin community. I think the silent majority of Genshin players are either like really young kids who have rich parents and like gift them like I don't know like $100 like $50 $100 a month to spend on like video games. There are probably also like just the anime fans, not not gamers, but they're anime fans. But they just play Genshin and they're not that into the combat. But they have a couple of dollars here and there. There are also the cosplayers that also play the cosplayers that play games here and there, like super casual games like Candy Crush, Plants vs Zombies, etc. Games like that, right? But like they play Genshin because they love cosplay, and like Genshin is just a really good source of like good cosplay. RJ, not us though. Certain, yeah, definitely not us. But like the thing, yeah, and I'm trying to describe the types of players that I think would really appreciate a character like Nilou, like gameplay wise, combat wise, because even though they don't care about the combat, they don't care about Spiral Abyss, they don't care about all of that. Sooner or later, they're gonna have to face some combat, and Nilou is just okay. It just works. It just works. Enemies just die. Okay. Oh wait, my friend told me, oh, build Nilou and like her teammates with HP and EM. Okay. Oh, I guess this is HP. Okay. All right. Let's try it out. Oh, she was right. He was right. My friend was right. It works. Okay. I'm gonna use this team forever, and that's it. Right? Like, Nilou is just a good example of a character for the casual, silent majority of players in Genshin. Thoughts on Nilou skin? Ooh, you're right. Okay, is that in here? Is that... Hang on. I don't think it's in here. Am I gonna have to... No. Okay. Did they not put it in here? Okay, I guess not. Yeah. Well, would have been nice if they put it in here. Oh! There it is. There it is. There it is. Can we see a different view of it? No? I guess not. Nilou skin, I like it. I really like it. Now, granted, okay. It is like a mixture of like Kokomi and Lumine. Hang on. I had... Okay. Let me switch to this. Let me switch to this. I am planning to... There. Wait. Oh, yeah. I'm an idiot. I already had it open. Oops. There.
Scaling walls, leaping across the rooftops. Nothing new for me. There's a cat.
I really like Kirara's new skin, by the way. I think it's so cute. It suits her so well. And like I especially loved that like in the special program there was some footage that she was like embarrassed about her costume. That is so adorable. Naida, Kokomi, Yai. Naida, Kokomi, Yai, Nilou. They already have a brain dead team.
Present to you a gift from the forest.
Man, that like I like that. If I had Nilou, I would get her skin. I would very much like to get her skin. If only I had Nilou.
Come with me. me on a fairy tale journey.
Yeah, like, okay, I look at it like, and there's just no way for me to avoid thinking about Kokomi and Lumine. Like, look at that. It does not does that not look like Lumine and Kokomi put together into one costume?
From the forest.
Yeah, another thing too is like I actually really like Nilou's character in like her, and by her character, not her like kit, but like her actual like character in lore. She's like, the way I picture it out, I picture her out is like in a typical anime, she's like the airhead that's like really pretty and really nice to everyone and just wants everyone to get along. But not like airhead like retarded, but like just airhead, right? Like she's not the sharpest person out there. Like, you know, she's just a character that just cannot be like a spy or something.
I present to you a gift from the forest.
Just, you know, like, it's certainly a gift from the forest, all right. Certainly a gift from the forest. That was a really nice cut.
I present to you.
Right, like really sweet, you know, like I love that the music fits it so well, man. I love it. It's perfect.
I present to you a gift from the forest.
Man, gotta hand it to their editors and their directors for, like, you know, their promotional material. They good at what they do, man. She's a good character for events. I think so, yeah. Yeah. Of course, there are some combat events where she's not very good in. But that depends on like who the 5 stars are that are rerunning or getting released. Yeah, because there are just some 5 stars that have kits that just are like combat content that's good for those characters is just very bad for a Nilou character, for a Nilou team. Yeah, but in most cases, I think she is a good like event character.
Scaling walls, leaping across the rooftops.
Yeah, I've noticed this, by the way, but like, it's just something that you never really pay attention to. Like, but when you do pay attention to it, it looks uncanny. But like so okay. I don't know why, right? But there's this thing that women's legs just look so much better in high heels, right? And like it's, you know, it's very clearly the case for Kirara, but she's not because she's wearing high heels, but because of her cat feet.
Scaling.
Right? Like, look at that. Because she has cat feet, like her feet, her human feet, the human half of her feet just are not like, they're just never flat, which means like they're always raised, which means it always looks like her legs are wearing high heels. New animation? No, I highly doubt that. The only skin that we have in the game that has like anything different when it comes to animations is Deluxe. Because it's a 5-star skin. Not a skin for a 5-star character, but the skin itself is a 5-star skin. When are the banners coming? That would be A day and 4 hours from now. Yeah, this Wednesday. This Wednesday, Kato. Well, I guess that depends on where you are. If you're in the West, like if you're in the Americas, that might be Tuesday evening for you. But if you're in the Middle East or if you're like in Europe or the Middle East, might be midnight. That's midnight for you. Maybe morning, I don't know. Depends on like how far east you are. But if you're in the east, like in Asia or Australia, then that would be Wednesday morning. What's the difference in Duluth animations? I really don't remember. I really don't remember. I do remember like the fire has a different color. Like when you use his skill, his burst, it has a slightly different like look. Not by look, I mean like the fire is different. It's not just a different color of the fire, but the fire is also different. He also has this like animation where he holds up a scroll. I live in Europe. Okay, that's probably like midnight where you are. I don't know, depending on which part of Europe you're in, but yeah, probably like midnight. But the patch, but because it's a it's a version update. It's not just like switching to like a second half of the version. There's going to be a maintenance break. So by the time the maintenance is over, that would probably be like early in the morning where you are, Kato. 12:30 on Wednesday for me. 12:30 like midnight. 12:30. From Europe, but in Asia server. I've wondered about that, Siri. What made you decide to open an account in the Asia server? Like where? Okay, granted, I'm not better off, right? Like, I'm certainly not better off. Like, look at my ping. I'm in Asia, but I play on the North America server, so like I'm like certainly a lot worse. I know my reasons, but like I'm curious like as to what your reasons were, Siri. Afternoon? Oh, okay, okay. For me, maintenance break is I think around 11. Yeah, 11 in the morning on Wednesday. Oh, that means you're like either in Australia, Tammy? Either in Australia or Japan maybe? Or Korea? Well, anyway, I guess that's it. Oh yeah, okay, okay. Just one more thing. Let's talk about the weapon banner as well. I have some thoughts about the weapon banner. It's not a terrible weapon banner. We've had worse. Australia? Ah, I see, I see. All right, cool, man. Yeah, we've had worse weapon banners. This is not a terrible weapon banner. Should I go for C1 or Nilou weapon? C1? What is Nilou C1? Hang on, I'm sorry. I don't have Nilou, and like I don't, as far as I remember, I don't think Nilou has any like really game-breaking constellations. So, and that's why I don't remember any of them. Enhances follow. Okay, wait, what is this? Skill or burst? Okay, that's the skill. Illusion damage, luminous illusion damage increase, tranquility aura duration. Well, that's okay. That's nice. Kinda. So how long is the base duration? Duration 8 seconds on an 18-second cooldown. Wow, that sucks. That's awful. Okay, so with C1, this is gonna feel so much better. But like, is it worth a 5-star C1? I don't know. I don't think so. That's terrible. Like on a 4-star, I would have been okay with something like this. But on a 5-star? Ew, no. I mean, it's C1's like if you use her like AoE hydro thing more often than like the on-field hydro thing, if you get C1, you're gonna feel so much more comfortable. Oh, this, yeah, 12. Oh, okay. So basically, you get permanent uptime. Lunar Prayer. What is that thing? Oh, is that the like how long you can dish out like the hydro on field thing? I think that's it. Um, but yeah, still like tax stance. Right, right. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm thinking about it, and I so the 6 seconds of downtime that you have, it's sort of like it is some time for you to rotate through your other characters. Like it's like your rotation is over. But so my friend has my whale friend has a Nilou on his account. I think it's C0, and yeah, I'm pretty sure it's C0 because I feel this like huge gap of like downtime that I like every time I use his Nilou team. There's just huge like time where I'm sitting there twiddling my thumbs. I'm like, okay, well, waiting for my skill cooldown. Okay, let's go. Right? And I think that awkward moment, those awkward like 3 or 4 seconds where you kind of don't really have anything to do, you're just waiting for your skill to cool down. That awkward moment will just be gone because of C1. Now, is it worth a 5-star copy? I don't think so. If it was a 4-star constellation, I would be like, okay, but it's a limited 5-star, so I don't think it's worth it. Um, yeah, no, like weapon. Oh, you know what, Kato, I have an answer for you. Wait, was that Kato's question? Oh yeah, that was your question. Yeah, okay. I do have a question, an answer for you, like a very straight up answer. Okay, that's not where we want to be. Yeah, weapon, because like okay, and even more so if you use Cookie for as a hyper bloom procer, right? Because like okay, in the off chance that you get super lucky and you get like 2 copies of Key in like a single 10 pull, then you'll have Key for Nilou, and you'll have Key for Cookie. Now, okay, technically, I you will still get more EM for Cookie on, I don't know, like Iron Sting, or what's the other one? Like Tokabu Shigure. Yeah, Tokabu Shigure. And you will still get more EM on Cookie with those weapons, but what you'll get with the Key is, okay, I don't remember exactly what the Key does. What does the Key do again? Okay, that's not the... I need to open up the Khaj-Nisut. There, okay. So I don't remember the team thing that it does. I remember it gives you HP. I remember it gives you some EM based on your HP or something. But I remember it also gives like some kind of team thing. Let me see. Effect increases. Hang on. Him effect increases equipping characters EM by 12%, 0.12% of their max HP. Trigger once every 3 seconds. Max 3 stacks. Third stack duration refresh until mastery of all. Okay, yeah. All nearby party members will be increased by 0.2. Okay, yeah, right. So it also gives EM to the team. So I think overall Key is better, but that also depends on what team it is. If it's a team like, let's say a Hyper Bloom team with like, let's say I don't know, it's a Nahida, Alhaitham. What's the name for that team? Like Hyper Bloom, Quick Bloom. Yeah, Quick Bloom team. Then it's awesome. I think overall you're gonna do so much better. Even though Cookie's Hyper Blooms are slightly smaller, right? Just barely smaller. But your team overall, because you're getting the EM bonus, is gonna do so much more. Subbed. Hey, thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Wish me luck. I only have 340 pulls. Weapon banner. Jeez. I saw 300. I only have 340 pulls, and I thought, oh well, he's trying to flex how many pulls he's saved up. And then I thought about it, like the weapon banner. Oh yikes! Well, at least with 340 pulls, you're guaranteed to get one. On like terrible luck, but on average luck, I don't know. You might get two. Who knows, right? I don't recommend you go for two, right? Like I would still recommend like just getting one copy of the key. Yeah, just I would just get one copy of the key because you could just put it on like if you on the off chance that you use a Nilou team and your like Kuki on the other side, then just put I don't know, just put Iron Sting or Tokabu Shigure on Kuki. It'll be fine, or like vice versa, right? So, but I don't recommend you go for two keys. How about Favonius? Favonius for who, buddy? I use it to balance my crit and crit damage stats. Holder at least 200 EMGs. That's a lot. Not bad. Yeah, it's just barely a little less EM than the EM 4 stars. I don't want Navia weapon too. If you have Navia, why not? What's the link? Just like Vape and Bloom. Sorry, link to what? Pin comment? Oh, that's our Discord server. That's just our Discord server. Yeah. So if you want, if you need any help with like combat stuff, account builds, team builds, character builds, you can go over there, go into our need help channel and ask for help. Yeah, and if you ping me, then when I have time, well, there are times where like every day I'll be able to check Discord, but there are also times where I just can't check Discord for like a week. But it really depends. Really depends. But yeah, if you ping me, I'll see it immediately. But of course, there are also a lot of really smart people on Discord. In fact, there's like a lot of much smarter people on Discord, on our Discord server than me. Add me? Sure. Yeah, on our Discord server, my name's Elvis Einstein. Yeah, Elvis Einstein. There's only one dude. There's only one dude there with the name Elvis Einstein. What does Navia weapon do? Navia weapon. Let me check. I don't remember. Verdict. Genshin verdict. Okay. It is a high base attack, 6-star weapon. High base attack 5-star weapon, which means it has a low secondary stat, which is crit. At level 90, it gives 22 crit rate. And the passive gives another 20% attack. Gives a 20% attack. Characters, hang on. Characters in your party obtain shards from crystallized. Okay, if you characters within your party obtain shards from crystallized reactions, the equipping character will gain 1 seal, increasing elemental skill damage by 18%. Seal lasts for 15 seconds. Okay, so you can basically get up to 36% damage, skill damage. And, on a Navia, I think that's basically, guaranteed 36% skill damage. Yeah, so it's pretty good on Navia. It's really good on Navia. 4.8, aka tomorrow. Pull for Nilou or wait for Yelan? Dude, that is a... So Nilou herself is a very subjective yes or no, I think. Now, granted, she's not a bad character. She's actually pretty good, but she's not top tier. And like, if you want the most, like, if your goal, tell your team, sure, yeah, sure. Yelan for meta. If you don't have, do you not have either of them? You don't have Yelan and you don't have Nilou? Hey, I wish you luck, Kato. Wish you luck, man. No, I see. Okay, then yeah, it's a rough choice. Like, so Yelan, yeah, just like like TLDR. Tammy, just like Tammy said, Yelan for meta, Yelan for meta. Um, Nilou is a more like subjective kind of character. She is like her. Okay, the thing with Nilou though is like she herself is not very high investment, but you have to invest into her team. And by her team, I mean like a Hydro Dendro only team. Yeah, right. She's niche with only Bloom. And you have to like the team is itself is not very high investment, but you have to at least put in some investment into the whole team and not just one character. Whereas with Yelan, technically, when you put Yelan into a team, most of the teams she goes in are also rather high investment, but it's not only getting carried by. It's not a Yelan team. Typically, Yelan goes in someone else's team, and someone else's team is usually already very good, and that's even more so with Yelan. Baiju goes to Nilou, yes, very good. Um, Now as for like, is it worth the 5-star pity? If you have Yao Yao, like for me, I don't think Baiju is worth it. I think Baiju though is a more comfortable version of Yao Yao. Sure, my pleasure, man. Yeah, I think yeah, Baiju is a more comfortable version of Yao Yao, whether in a Nilou team or like any other team really. If you have Baiju, he's just like he's a more like his heal is more instantaneous because like it's just one big tick of healing. Whereas Yao Yao's, if you want like okay, if you just use her skill, you got like I don't know, as good like healing that's just as good as like a kooky full EM build and not a kooky healer build. Probably slightly worse. I don't know. Maybe. Um, but if you want like the big healing from Yao Yao, you gotta burst on her, but you gotta stay on the field with her a little bit, and you have to dash around a little bit, which consumes stamina. And if you've been dashing around a lot because of like whatever types of enemies you're fighting, then that's gonna be slightly more annoying to play compared to Baiju. You just press E, press Q, you have some iframes, and then by the time your burst animation is done, you already got the big heal. This is random, but how much does your Furina heal? I don't know really. Uh, okay. Well, okay. I guess I could see it right now. Actually, yeah. I never use Furina healing. Okay. Ah, there it is. 4100. That was actually a good question. Like I don't know. I really didn't know until just now when I tried it out. Oops. I meant to refresh the skill. I really did not know until just now when I tried it out. I've never used Furina for healing at all. I hardly ever use Furina in the overworld. Because I just don't like having my whole team at half HP the whole time in the overworld. It just feels so uncomfortable. A Baiju pulled in for my Navia team. I will say though, Baiju is a very comfortable option in some teams. Like, okay, let me think. Okay, oh yeah, like Baiju is he's a pretty nice alternative to Nahida, in my opinion. Like in many of the teams that need Nahida in it, like that just need off-field Dendro application. So Nahida still the better option, right? Because like more damage. She doesn't heal, but the fact that you're killing enemies so much faster means that you know, you'll take less damage, right? So it's almost as good as healing. But the problem with Nahida is because her Dendro app is so strong, it's really hard to get a swirl on your Electro characters. If you need, you know, like if you're running like an Aggravate team or like a Hyper Bloom, like a Quick Bloom team with an Electro on-fielder, it's really hard to get an Electro swirl after your first rotation. And I think Baiju is a much more comfy option to that. Now, granted, you can make Yao Yao work in it, but you'll have a lot less Dendro app. Your team wouldn't be half HP if you had Kuki in there. Well, I mean, Kuki really only heals the on-field character, so technically, it's not the team at half HP. It's just most of the team. It's just most of the team, but not the entire team, I guess. That's, you know, technically that's right. Also remember us when you get famous. I wish you luck. I'll be going now. Thanks for coming by and hang out with us for a bit, buddy. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for your thanks for those kind words. Appreciate it, man. I mean, if that happens, man, that would be awesome. I'd be so thankful, especially to you guys that are here when I'm like a nobody on the internet. Baiju's value isn't on Bloom team. It's on Furina team. I agree. I agree. Yeah, like when was that the Furina release? Was that 4.2? That was a 4.2, right? There was a Baiju rerun as well. There it is. Okay, yeah. So there was a Baiju rerun in 4.2 when Furina was released. Now I remember back then when during the special program when it was announced that it was Baiju with Furina, there was gonna be a Baiju rerun in 4.2. I think that was Baiju's second appearance, right? Like Baiju's first rerun. What is this? 4.6, 4.2, 3.6. Yeah. So that was the first Baiju rerun. I remember thinking, there's no way I could ever want, or I could ever consider pulling for Baiju. And then I found out about Furina's kit. And then, like, as the patch was going on, I very gradually started to, like, okay, granted that the odds of me ever pulling for Baiju were still really low, but at least they went up from 0. Because I started thinking, apparently, you know, it's really uncomfortable to run a Dendro team with Furina if you don't have Baiju. It's not unplayable, it's just really uncomfortable. We had this conversation before. Kuki works with Furina's passive to heal the full team. Kuki works... Oh, man. Wait. I think I remember that. Yeah. Shoot. I don't remember Furina's passive. I remember Furina has this passive that has like a team-wide healing. Active character in your party receives healing. Its source of healing is not Furina herself. Okay, yeah. It's this thing. Granted, that's not gonna full heal your entire team, but it's better than nothing. But then again, like if you have a Clorinde, for example, who self-heals, right? Like technically you don't need the Kuki anymore. But that's if you have Clorinde. If not, if you have an Alhaitham instead, then sure. Yeah, Kuki is certainly gonna make that that passive possible. Hey, what's up, Stella? How you doing, man? I think. Oh yeah, there it is from Kato. Who are you pulling for in the future? Yelan. I really want that C1. C2 would be awesome, but C1, I would be very happy with just C1. If I get lucky and I get two, I already have Yelan on all my accounts, my main account, and my third account is C0, and I am so happy that my second account is C1, and like I don't even care about C2 at this point. Like C2 is just a little more damage. It's barely more, but it's a little more, and the most important part of it really is just the slight additional hydro application, mostly, but. I think it's mostly a nice to have. Like, I've sort of accepted that Yelan will never be enough hydro application for a national team. That was like the part of me that was just disappointed with Yelan back then. Like, granted, I still, yeah, even from way back then, I still thought she was a really good character, but I was just slightly disappointed that I couldn't use Xingqiu on another team while using National on the other side. What is this aiming into? Dendro. You can use Mona. Yeah, I mean, like, in a national team, like, even Yelan has more Hydro App than Mona. Right? And, like, even Yelan doesn't have enough Hydro App for a national team. Especially if you infuse Kazuha's Burst with Pyro. Or, like, your like, Sucrose's Burst or Kazuha's Burst with Pyro. So, yeah. But Mona, I do use Mona, but in a freeze team. But ever since I got Furina, this has been my freeze team. I haven't used Mona since. I haven't used Mona since. I feel bad because like Mona was my go-to Hydro app for a very long time. Like this used to be my OG freeze team. This used to be my OG freeze team. Kind of like alright. A little weird because like why do I need a healer and a shielder when I'm freezing enemies already, right? But you know, like I suck at video games. I needed a shield. I needed healing. I couldn't run without a shield or healing. Oh, I'm back. I changed my mind. Were you gonna go to bed or something? Oh, right. Daily. I gotta do one daily. That's probably the only character with not a single bad con. Well, with a C6 like that, I can imagine you probably don't have any bad constellations. Like even if like you have like the first 5 constellations are like maybe not the worst, but like just right? I think most people would agree that all her constellations are good because each constellation gets you closer to her ungodly C6. What's your take on the Nathan? Sorry, who's Nathan? Do you mean Natlan? Natlan? Is that supposed to be Natlan? Why am I here? Why am I here? Basically, Genshin community is mad because of whitewashing. Oh, I heard something about that. Yeah, I heard something about that, but I don't know. I don't care. That's my take. I think people are too. So okay, I'm Filipino, and I live in the Philippines, and so over here we have this term, this abbreviation really. And the abbreviation is OA. Your glider for Navia. I'm so sorry. I'm just. I really am sorry because like I just don't change anyone's. Okay, I changed I guess some characters, but like look at this, right? Most of my characters have like the normal gliders. So Kazuha and Zhongli's gliders were changed because they're like really old characters, and back then we had much less stuff to do, right? Like, and little things like changing gliders and stuff was just so much more fun. But like now it's just okay. So RJ, please put the correct ones. Sorry, correct ones? Is there a correct glider? You mean this? Because they're Natlan characters? Or I'll unsubscribe. I mean, hey, who knows, right? Who knows? I mean, like, Hoyo designed these, like, the region-specific gliders. I mean, like, and, you know, like, the color schemes match. Well, kind of match. Is, you know, they kind of match. Not really. But, so, who knows, right? If I play the game the way Hoyo might want me to play it, I mean, they might give me better luck. Who knows? That is awful. Green on blue. Yikes. That actually... not bad. It's actually not bad. Alright, I'm switching it. Here you go. I'm sorry for hurting your eyes. Basically, they're annoyed that they made Natlan characters pale because the areas Natlan's based off of, have darker people. Don't we have... Well, okay. The thing is, don't we already have a region in Tevat, right? In Tevat, we already have a region with darker skin tones, right? Like that would be the desert characters. The desert characters and some of the like because so Sumeru is sort of like Egypt and India, right? And yeah, like and that's already the region that has darker skin tones. So now granted it wouldn't be very hard to make slightly lighter skin tones than that so that you could like differentiate like the different, you know, like these people that come from different parts of the world. But I don't know, like it's possible that it might have been a it was probably just a choice. Because like if you think about it, if you gave the Natlan characters dark skin tones but slightly brighter skin tones than the desert and Sumeru jungle characters, then wouldn't people start thinking, oh, it's the same people from Sumeru? Right? Especially if you don't side by side them, which I'm assuming 99.9% of players are not going to side by side Sumeru and Natlan characters. Right? You'll probably see like some, you know, some content creators on YouTube make some shorts or some clips and like side by siding them and compare their skin tones. But like not everyone's going to do that. So it was probably more of an artistic choice to make it more obvious, like to make the difference between like the darker skin tones of the India/Egypt characters, to make it more obvious that they're darker skin tone people of the world compared to the Natlan ones. And the thing is too is like, okay, technically based on South America ish, but like South Americans, they don't just straight up have darker skin tones. Okay, well, okay, so if you side by side like South Americans with, I don't know, like Filipinos, you're gonna easily see that they have like, well, not all of them, but like overall on average, they're gonna have like slightly brighter skin tones than like, and I'm using Filipinos as a comparison here, because like compare, like if you side by side them like with black people, then like obviously sure, but like Filipinos are like a good like middle ground. Like they're not dark skin tone people, like super dark skin tone people, but they're also not brightly skin tone people. Now I'm not defending like, you know, anybody here. I just think must have been a choice to make it, you know, like more obvious, to make the difference more obvious between the skin tones of the region that we already have in the game that have people with darker skin tones, because they, like, I don't think Hoyo should make like the Sumeru NPCs and playable characters like have skin tones that are even darker than they already have. Could that's another can of worms. That's opening up like the gates to hell right there. You're gonna have issues with that. that's another can of worms that you're just opening up if you do that. So I'm willing to bet that they selected the specific dark skin tone of the Sumeru characters, where it's though. Hang on. Oh no. Okay, I don't have Dio on this account. Candace. Yeah, good example, right? Candace. If they made Candace's skin tone even darker than this, people would start thinking, like people, because of the anime aesthetic, right? It's just unusual for a character to have a skin tone as dark as, like, you know, IRL people from India, or like the desert part of India. Wait, India has a desert? No, the Egypt part of Sumeru. Right? And I think because of the anime aesthetic, it would be like very easy for people to think, whoa, black people. Right? So I think it was probably, I'm just guessing, it was probably an artistic choice. And okay, here's the thing. Whitewashing. Dude, Snow White. Beauty, like Belle from Sleeping Beauty. Wait, Belle is from Beauty and the Beast. Aurora from Sleeping Beauty. They're all white people. Wow, black people, right? Come on, man. Don't clip things out of context. Oh, man. Well, there is a merit to being a nobody on YouTube, because, like, if people clip stuff out of context, the clip stuff that you say out of context, like, nobody cares. Fire Archon is my biker girl. You know, I was very surprised by like how she looks. Like, for a very long time, I've always wondered. I've had no idea what the Pyro Archon like look was gonna be. I had no guesses as to what she was gonna look like. But then like when I saw her, I was like, I don't know. It just wasn't. I wasn't expecting anything, because like I had no idea what to expect even. But I was just surprised. Like biker girl. Right? Like she has that look to her, like biker girl. I was like, where is this look coming from? It was like, I don't know, it seems random to me. Alright, I'm gonna go to sleep now. Have a great day and night, everyone. Have a great stream. Alright, hey, thanks for hanging out with us, great wrong person. Take care, man. Good night. Hoyo was so good at keeping Natlan under wraps. Compared to Fontaine, yeah. Compared to Fontaine, yeah. Fontaine was, wow, what a mess. People were talking about the whole main story, like not even like characters, but like even the main storyline, the Art Conquest storyline. Like, geez, wow, what a mess. People were talking about that from even before Fontaine came out. Why am I lagging? I feel like I'm lagging. January last year, jeez. I guess I can condense one. Yeah, I think I can condense one. Oh, two. Yeah, I can condense two. Oh, I am stuttering. I don't think it's showing up on the stream, but like my gameplay is stuttering a little. Woman in pants. Oh, you know what? I guess now that you mention that, I guess that is a welcome addition. I like that addition actually. Now that you mentioned that, Stella, yeah. Do we have any women in Genshin that have pants on? Jean, kinda, but they're not really pants. They're more like leggings, right? Beidou, no, those are like boots. She basically has like lingerie on. Is that's basically what Beidou has on. Oh, I guess so. Wait, really? Are they pants? They seem so skin tight that they seem like stockings to me. They seem like leggings. Like, oh come on! Of all the times for you to sit down, thank you. Are those pants? Okay. I guess they are. Yeah, they are. They are pants. Yeah, they're like, geez, they're so skin tight that they're basically leggings. Suit pants. They do, yeah, they do. It's just tight, but it's kind of pants. You know, I would be very surprised if Hoyo ever released a character, like a tall female character that wore pants. Like, not just, you know, skin tight, like pants, you know, like we've seen so far, but like baggy pants. Like, I wonder, would that feel out of place in Genshin? I don't know if that would look out of place. The blend of masculine and feminine was perfection. I think so. And like that, like not even just the appearance, but like it's also a blend of like her character as well. She seems very masculine, like character-wise, but like the way she moves is still very feminine. Oh yikes. I thought Pookie just died, and I missed that punch. Oh. Oh dear. Oh, I got hit. Can you just please? Yep, there it is. What banner are you guys most excited for? Columbinas, Capitanos, the Pyro Archon. Wait, Columbina's gonna be in Natlan? I had no idea. For me, Pyro Archon definitely. I've never been really like a huge fan of the Harbingers. The Harbinger that I'm probably like the biggest fan of so far is Arlecchino, and not necessarily because of her character, but mostly because, you know, like I'm a very meta based, you know, player, so because of how strong she is in combat. Supposedly it's a leak. Ah, I see, I see. Is Vanessa still in Atlan? Vanessa? Oh, okay. No, Stella. So from what okay, I've never read the Genshin manga. But I hear some lore theorists, some Genshin lore theorists, they often use the Genshin manga and like some of the other, like, you know, some of the other stuff, the other Genshin story stuff that's outside of the video games, and it's mostly manga. Vanessa's in Celestia, I think. That's my understanding. Is she ascended to Celestia? Summoned to Celestia, yeah, from what I remember. Yeah. And like, and that's why like a lot of lore theorists in Genshin, their theory on what a vision is it's basically a smaller copy of a Gnosis. And the Gnosis is a way for Celestia to keep an eye on the Archon. And it's also a way for Celestia to keep an eye on humans or, you know, other species, people with potential, with the potential to be a threat to Celestia. Like people with, okay, like from what we remember from Inazuma, I believe, is when they started talking about visions being like people's ambitions and what else? I don't remember the other words that they used. But yeah, it's basically like people's ambitions and like goals or something, right? And I think these ambitions, like if okay, wait, I also remember hearing about something like shoot, I can't remember the details anymore. I think it was very recently. Yeah, I think it was with the recent one, like with the most recent Traveler quest, Traveler Archon quest, where it was shoot, it was if someone had a strong enough will. Yeah, I think it had something to do with it. Like if somebody had a strong enough will to, like like a strong enough will that was stronger than the world itself, that they could change the world. Like it was something like that. I forgot that. I think this will is also like related to like people's ambitions and stuff like that. And I think that's probably, and you know, like lore theorists often connect that to why why Celestia, or no, like it hasn't really been confirmed who decides who gets a vision and who doesn't, but it most of the time it seems to be people with these like really strong emotions, really strong wills and ambitions, and they really want to achieve something. And I think that's probably, like, you know, it holds up, right? It holds up that Celestia wants to keep an eye on these people because these people have the potential to change the world if the theories are true, that if your will is as strong as the will of the world, then you could change the world, something like that. I thought Columbina would be the main antagonist in Fontaine. I don't know why. I'd have thought Columbina. I mean, it kind of. I wouldn't. It doesn't seem too far off, because, like, okay, I know that we know nothing about Capitano other than the fact that he's like one of the strongest, if not the strongest, harbinger, combat wise. But if Capitano was that kind of character, I would imagine that he's like this typical, this stereotypical anime character who's like really strong in combat, but like he's like a combat maniac, but also has like, but it's also not an idiot combat maniac, like a smart and honorable combat maniac. That's sort of how I imagine Capitano is. So, if you know, even though so far the harbingers have been like on the surface painted as the bad guys or something, but like deeper down, I don't think they are. But on the surface, they seem to be like, you know, like they are being painted as the bad guys. Even if they are, they have been painted as the bad guys, I don't think they are. Whoa. Whoa, I've never seen that attack before. That would have been a nice DPS window. That was a lot of field time. Oh, it did it again! What? I've never seen that attack before. Okay, well, I mean, even after that, still goes into phase 2. Ninguang is a 4-star, and all of our assistants are 5 stars, and Ninguang leads the nomination. Oh, you know what? There were some speculations. Like, people had some speculations that Ninguang was supposed to be a 5-star. But you know how, like, a lot of people have these, like, there are a lot of these rumors that, you know, like, Barbara was supposed to be a 5-star, Traveler was supposed to be a 4-star because of not having a burst animation, and Barbara has a burst animation despite being a 4-star. Oh, come on. It's possible that, and one of these speculations that I hear about is about Ninguang, and that she was supposed to be a 5-star. Tori's notes in the hospital made me so scared. Sorry, which hospital? It's been a while since we've seen the Tori. I'm assuming this was still like way back in Sumeru. I saw a theory that Tevat is a samsara that just repeats, and the stars of each constellations are like each previous lives. The stars of each constellation are like each previous lives. Okay. Because Mona said stuff about how the stars show the past of a person. Okay. I'm not seeing how it's connected to Tevat being a samsara. Previous lives. So, okay, reincarnation? I don't know. Like, how is this supposed to connect to Tevat being a samsara? I mean, Tevat being a samsara is possible because of, like, the sky is fake thing, right? Like, remember Scaramouche said that way back then? It's in the desert? Ah, really? Ichi and Ninguang need to switch stars. I mean, granted, Ninguang's not very good today, but yeah, I guess I gotta say I would say she's better than Chi-Chi. I mean, Ningguang's still kind of decent, but like not decent like I would say Ningguang is decent in the overworld now, but only in like the older regions and not the newer regions. Whoa, whoa! I've never seen that attack pattern. No. I guess I hardly ever get to fight this first phase though. It's usually just dead before you can even start attacking. Oh, see, this is the problem I mentioned with Nahida. Is if you start with Nahida's E on an enemy, and then you apply Electro or like whatever it is. Yeah, Electro. It's just almost impossible to get your Electro to roll up. I had the Tori, but was residue of which Archon did he inject Kali with? Oh, sorry, I'm not familiar with what Kali's story is. I do remember that like Elazar, I think is what it was called. Yeah, Elazar is some form of abyssal like thing, abyssal corruption. I didn't know, and I do remember that was from the Tori. Oh, I think I remember Kali was also in the Genshin anime. Every time I hear Clorinde, Mikasa always pops in mind. Wait, Clorinde's Japanese VA is the same as Mikasa's Japanese VA, right? I wish I haven't seen enough of the Attack on Titan anime to remember Mikasa's Japanese VA. Yeah, I mean, I read the whole manga, like from start to finish, but I only watched until season 2, I think. Because like, when I read the manga to completion, I was like, it's okay, I'm good. And I feel kind of sad because like I really want to see the rest of it, but because I'm like I already know what's gonna happen here next, I don't know, I'm just not interested anymore. Oh dear, I didn't get to swirl Hydro. The Dockhand Sword is the AoE sword too. Dockhand Sword? Mine was Furina and I'm back. Hey Loyal, earlier you asked me to take a look at your Furina. You said you feel something is different. What do you mean? Now you are at a pretty low AR now. Like you said, you're AR 30. there's not really much in the way of that you have in terms of like options and like how to build your characters right now, because you can't really farm artifacts just yet. Before AR45, you're sort of at the mercy of just like if you get lucky on some artifacts, like while you're farming world bosses. Cool. Yeah, I see it. Wow, I'm surprised. How did your UID come out unscathed? Maybe because you put it together in with some words? Because usually YouTube censors numbers like these. Three exile, 160 ER, 5 sword. Nice. Okay. Wow, I'm surprised. I mean, you certainly know what you're doing, man. HP crit. Is that crit rate? Yeah, okay. That's good. That's good. Yeah, man. That's good. And you know what? I think it's such a good thing that you put her on 2 exile, or at least, 3 exile. In that way, at least you get the energy. You get the energy, the ER. So that way you can use her burst a little more often. Now, I don't think you have too many in the way of good full team healers to fully utilize Furina's healing. Or sorry, Furina's buff. But at least it's, you have it. At least you get to use her burst more often than once a week. Because at low AR it's just really hard to get a decent amount of ER, but like 160 at low AR, man, that's pretty good. Yeah, the constellations, I see it. You also mentioned that earlier. You said you got 2 copies of it. Anyway, congrats, man. Happy for you. Furina's C1 and C2 are like one of those constellations that is, they feel invisible, but like because you don't really notice like how big of a difference they make, because it's not something that you see. Like you will feel it, but it's not really something that you see, because of the nature of Furina's buff, because it's sort of a oh hey, what's up, Happy? Sorry, man, I didn't see like you were there. Hey, how you doing, man? Because Furina's damage buff is sort of ramping up and not really like an instant buff. It's hard to see the difference between it ramping up faster versus it ramping up not faster. What weapon does your Nivelet have? Good old prototype Amber. You know, I think now I feel pretty bad that I had very bad luck on Nivelet's most recent rerun. So I wasn't able to get C1, no C1, no weapon. But I think this passive, I don't know, like I get the feeling that this passive is secretly making my Nivelet feel so much more comfortable to play. And I don't know, like some part of me is is really excited for another Nivelet rerun because I can finally get a C1 and maybe and or his weapon as well. But I'm also a little anxious that I might regret pulling for his weapon because I might feel uncomfortable with his weapon instead of prototype Amber. Okay, on to the third account. Did you lose your 50-50, both his banner and weapon? No, I didn't. I didn't get the chance to pull for the weapon banner. No, I at the time, what did I use my? Wait, when did Nivelette rerun? Hang on, I think I have the banner history here. Up, Nivelette. Oops, double L. Nivelette. When was this? 4.5 was the most recent rerun. Okay. Kazuha, no, I didn't use my. Jianyun, yeah. Okay. So before Nivelette, I used up a lot of my primos on Jianyun. I got Jianyun C0 with her weapon because like there just weren't that many good options for Jianyun. Like good weapon options, I mean. I guess their Oathsworn Eye is okay. Yeah, I guess Oathsworn Eye is okay. Favonius Codex is also okay. It's a low base attack catalyst, but it's okay. But yeah, other than those, like I don't know. I feel like they're like options. So by the time that Nivelette came out, the most recent Nivelette rerun came out. I didn't have that many Primo Gems. But I had more than 10k on each of my accounts. So it wasn't like I didn't have anything. I just didn't have a lot. And I had rotten luck. Didn't you try for Furina constellations? No. I'm saving up for Yelan. I already have C2 on my main account, and so I don't know if you were here like around 5 minutes ago, but I actually just mentioned that Furina's C1 and or C2 are, they feel like invisible constellations. Because I don't feel a difference. No, I don't see a difference, but I can feel the difference. And because I don't see the difference, I don't feel this like urgent need to get Furina constellations. You have C2. Yeah, I have C2 on my main account. But C0 on my second and third accounts. You excited for... Oh, hey! I'm sorry, Scarlet. I didn't notice you were here. Man, what's up, man? Long time, man. Long time. Excited for 4.8 banners. Yes, Yelan's rerun, specifically. I don't have a lot, and I am at very low pity. Because I recently wished for Alhaitham and Clorinde. But, so I'm not hopeful. I'm not hopeful, but I'm still excited for the Yelan rerun. A little anxious that I might get my heart broken. You know, like I might just lose 50-50 and go to hard pity and just run out of primos and not even get a Yelan copy. RJ means radio jockey. What? Radio jockey. No, RJ, sorry, I thought you were like, oh, you were asking. RJ is, wait, why do people, is RJ not a common name in many other places in the world? Because like RJ is like a really common name here in the Philippines. No, RJ is just, so for some people, no, for most people, it's just the name. In my case, I think my case is a little more unique. It's corny, but a little more unique. Because like most people with the name RJ here in the Philippines, that's just their name. It doesn't mean anything. In my case, I am a junior. I have the same first name as my dad. And my parents thought it would be, I don't know, I guess they thought it would be creative if they... because RJ is just my nickname. I guess they thought it would be creative if because JR is also a pretty common name here. I guess they thought that it would be kind of creative if instead of calling me JR, because I'm a junior, they would call me RJ instead. Like they would switch the JR. Is it so hard to not to message minors? Oh man. Oh no. You just man. You just brought up two issues in one message. First of all, there's the whole like doctor disrespect thing. And then like immediately, like a week after, there was the whole Diluc thing. It was like, yeah, like that question is absolutely right. Why is it so hard to not message minors? What was Diluc? What was Diluc with Diluc? So apparently there are some allegations that Diluc's English VA had a similar thing as what happened with Doctor Disrespect. But in Doctor Disrespect's case, it's like fully proven, and he's even apologized for it, right? Which like basically is him admitting that it actually happened because he's saying sorry for it. In Diluc's English VA's case, there's little to no proof except for this story of someone saying on behalf of their friend. It's not the person like on Twitter like spouting stuff is not even the victim, and they are just spouting stuff on behalf of the victim. Wasn't that old news? Like, it's not news like today news, but it was like last week, I think, or like a little over a week ago. The doctor disrespecting, that's like really old news. That's like what? I don't know. Like, is that like 10 years old now? I think I don't know. It's old, very old news. But the Diluc VA thing was like 1 or 2 weeks ago, I think. Hey, what's up, Loap? How you doing, man? Oh, sorry. Genshin streamer who wants milk. Interesting. Fascinating name, my friend. Fascinating name. Okay, hang on. I got your UID. Meta player. Okay. And your UID is a pretty high number, but I don't think this is a very old account. Okay, yeah. It's a pretty young account. AR50. AR50, but you know how to do... Yeah, you know what you're doing, man. C1 Nivelette with his weapon. Bohemia on... Nice. Thundering Pulse. Oh, man. You know what? Hang on. I gotta share this. I have to take a moment to appreciate this. Somebody showing off their build, and it's actually not, like it's an actual build. Like, right? Because when people show off their builds, like, people generally like they have like what like 55 crit rate and like 240 crit damage or something stupid like that. So I had to show this. They typically don't show off people's builds if they don't need help for anything. They're like they're just sharing it with other people. I typically don't show it on the screen, on stream. But I have to appreciate this. You actually have good crit rate, a good crit rate. All right. You're Nivelet as well. Yeah, like at 50%, which means like with the 4 hunter passive, that means the passive 4 hunter 4 piece. That's like 80 ish, 86. Yeah. So good crit ratio. So like, man, I have to appreciate this. This is like okay. Well, yeah. All right. Like Raiden Shogun's a little harder to build because like she doesn't have crit ascension stats. Same with Shangwing as well. No, the catch? You fished for Lobson, but you didn't fish for the catch? Sorry, what happened? did did fishing for one weapon use like did it drain all your sanity and you don't have any more to give to fish for another weapon? Because like I can relate to that. I don't. On my third account does not have Festering Desire because it's younger. It's my younger account, and it didn't exist back then when Festering came out. But I was like, okay, I don't want to fish for this weapon. I'll just go with Fav. I don't care. Yeah. Right. Well, I can certainly understand that. At the very least, you have options, right? Like at least you have Jade Spear. Like Jade Spear, and then like Fav Lance can go into your Shangling. Fav Lance, you refined it though. Okay, don't tell me this is your only Favonius Lance on your account. Because if that's the case, like I'm sorry. I really wished you hadn't refined it to 3 and instead you just kept 3 copies of R1 Fav Lances because among the Favonius weapons, Fav Lance is very nice ER as well. Very nice. Among the Favonius weapons, Fav Lance, because Fav Lance has the most number of characters that want Fav Lance, that want a Favonius weapon. Okay, some examples. Obviously, Shangling, Raiden Shogun. Those are like the most clear contenders. Some less clear contenders. Rosaria, Shenhe. Let me see. Hang on. Pole arm characters. Let's go into character archive. Pole arm. There you go. Mika, Chevrus. Even Sino, I think, could use Fab Lance. Like if you don't have an EM weapon, because like Sino has energy issues, really. Even Candace, right? Yunjin, even Toma, I think. Like if you're using him as a support or like even as a Burgeon Toma, but you don't have enough ER, like you might want to put Fab Lance on him. Zhao, even Zhao. Yeah, even Zhao Fab is good on. If you have like really good crit substats on your artifacts, but you don't have a lot of ER, like you still might want Fab Lance because like even Zhongli, even a sub DPS Zhongli wants Fab. Every character can utilize Fab series. Yeah, but like it's the pole arms and swords. I think pole arms and sword characters. I think have the most number of characters that can really use the Fab weapons. Sword users. Okay, Clorinde no. Furina, right? Furina. Lynette kinda. Well. Yeah, I think so. I can't think of like a good other 4-star sword for Lynette. Okay, Kazuha. Okay, yeah. So not as okay. Xingqiu, Bennett. I guess if you don't have like a high bait like Skyward Blade or something. Even Jean. Kaya kinda. Not really. Yeah, right. So it's the pole arms really that want Fab the most. I changed my Genshin account to pass to Chow. You know what they said, it's short. Huh? What? I changed my Genshin account password to Chow, you know what they said is short. I'm sorry. I'm I'm sorry, man. Am I missing something, or is it like because it's it's late where I am, so maybe my brain's not fully working. But like I don't get understand this. I'm sorry. I'm literally laying down right now because I'm too lazy to get up and turn on my computer. It's all right, man. But hey, you know what? Isn't that one of the biggest benefits that we've gotten? Thanks to tablets and smartphones, right? Because like in the 2000s, and in the 90s, the only way we could watch videos, like online content, was through a computer, like a literal desktop or a laptop. There was no way for you to watch videos in bed, lying down. So like it's one of the great benefits to this like the modern technology that we have, that is the smartphone and the tablet. What is this immune to again? Geo, okay. Am my Genshin signature? It's short, huh? Kayanda? What? R5 is it, or R1 standard weapon? Or Wander. Rate my Genshin signature. Genshin signature? Sorry. Oh. Oh, okay. You like co-op. How about we do co-op? Oh, yikes. 10 out of 10, man. I give that a 10 out of 10. Sure. Your account's pretty good, man. Like, despite being AR50, like your characters are built. Like they're properly built. That's actually pretty impressive. I remember on my main account and my second account, I sort of had no idea what I was doing. So like it took me a really long time to actually get them properly built. But my third account, the one I'm on right now, is the account that I built while I knew what I was doing already. And around AR50, around AR50, I felt like I barely had enough resin to farm for artifacts. Like most of my resin was still going into raising characters and like world bosses. So yeah, that's a pretty good account you got there. You certainly knew what you were doing. If you never had your CRT and VHS strapped to your bed, you're not a 90s kid, sorry. CRT and VHS strapped to your bed. Wait. Is that a thing? I've never heard it. Like, okay, you gotta be memeing, right? Speaking of CRT monitors, I feel kind of bad that So, okay, granted, even today, I'm not very smart. But, like, kid me was dumb. Like, actually dumb. I hated breaking stuff. I've never broken I've never broken anything on purpose, just for for the sake of breaking it, except for my crayons when I was in preschool. I was in preschool because I was pretty mad at my mom, and then after that I sort of swore to myself that I hated that feeling, and I would never break anything on purpose again. And but I have broken things out of just sheer emotion, but I didn't break it because I wanted to. Just broke it because I was like just so angry. So I didn't fully break my monster, my CRT monster from when I was a kid, but I kind of broke it. So okay, long story. Actually, a pretty long story. Like this story happens in the span of like a couple of years. So when I was a kid, I saw like the IT guy that my mom usually called if there was something wrong with the computer, and I saw him. I saw him open up my tower once before, and I saw him take out. I saw him take out the heat sink, the CPU heat sink, and he cleaned it out with a brush, and I thought, well, I mean, I was a kid. I was like what 10, 11 years old, so I thought it was that easy, but I didn't see exactly how he did it. And dude, CPU cooler mounting mechanisms from like the 2000s were like I don't know. Even today, I have no idea how that thing worked. They were a very foreign concept to me. So at some point, I don't know. Like I was just bored. I guess I was bored, or either I was bored or I was trying to I was trying to play this MMORPG that I played in the 2000s, very well into the 2010s. And for the 2000s, it wasn't like a AAA game, but it was pretty CPU and RAM intensive. And like I was kind of annoyed that my PC at the time could only run 2 windows at the same time. And like even at like lowest graphic settings, my PC could only run 2 windows at the same time, and it was even then it was still very laggy. So I thought, was there a way that like, is there a way I could optimize my PC? Like, is there like, does it have any more horsepower to offer than this if I just did something to it? And I was, like 9, 10-year-old kid, 11-year-old kid, no idea what they were doing. I thought, maybe the fans are dirty. Maybe that metal thing on the CPU was dirty. Like maybe I could clean it like the IT guy did. So I was bored one day, opened up my tower, tried to take out the heatsink. Didn't know how to. So I thought, it looks like it's moving now. So I tried pulling harder, and like, I think it's coming off. I tried pulling harder. Oh, I think this is it. All right, tried pulling even harder, and then at some point, I'm not sure what broke, but like something broke, like one of the clips or something. I think it was one of the clips. Yeah, one of the clips broke. So out of the 4 corners, one was now not like super tightly like pressing down. And I was so, I don't know. I had no idea how I felt at the time. I was just so, like, just my heart sank that my PC wouldn't turn on. And okay, funny thing too is like most people probably don't know this anymore, but like computers used to beep. Computers used to beep. Like they were beeping error codes were a thing in the 2000s, and like I guess you can still build a PC today that had like that has the error code like speaker in the tower, but like hardly anyone has those anymore. So tried turning my PC on, kept beeping. I like opened my tower again. I was like, oh man, like okay, what can I do? Kept trying over and over again. At some point, PC turned on. And I was like, oh, is it okay? It is okay. Awesome. I thought the PC was gonna fall on you. No, not that. Not something that bad. First time seeing you. Would you recommend Alhaitham? I'm much of an animo / cryo girly, so I don't know if Dendro would work for me. Have a good day and thanks too. Ray, you sound like a super casual type of Genshin player. So before I answer that question, I need to know like how I should answer this. Are you like a super casual player? Like you said you're a animo / cryo girly. So can I ask you like are you familiar with like sorry, it's late. My brain's not working as well as it normally would. Are you familiar with elemental reactions? If yes, then how comfortable are you in using them in combat? If no, then okay, I have my answer. Did I do... Wait, was those... Are those all my bounties? That was fast. Alright, can you check my A, Zhao, A and Zhao? Are there crits and ER okay? Sure. Not Zhao. A Zhao. I thought it was supposed to be like A and Zhao. Okay, and apparently it's A Raiden. Raiden, yeah, sure. Okay. Hang on. Raiden Shogun, sheesh. Okay, you know, I gotta say, your ER, that's like endgame ER. That's like endgame energy recharge. But as for your crit rate and crit damage, I'm sorry, I can't say I can't say that they're good. Cause okay, so here's the thing, right? Crit damage. If you take off all your items, every character has 50. So like 63 means you have 13. And crit rate, granted, you know, it's a lot better than, like, you have a lot more crit rate than you do crit damage. But 39% is basically a third. So 1 out of 3 hits. Like, every 3 hits, you're only critting once. Right? Like, and obviously that's, you know, that's not how RNG works. But, like, statistically, every 3 hits you do, only 1 of them will crit. So you're on the right path, right? You're on the right way. You have a lot of ER though. And okay, that's good that you level 90'd your weapon before you focused on your artifacts. That's good because the weapon and your talents are guaranteed damage. And seems like you know what you're doing. You just don't have enough artifacts just yet. Yeah, so anyway, they're not, I wouldn't say that they're usable yet, but you know, like, you probably don't have anything else right now, so just keep going is what I can say. Is Gaming better than Rosaria? Gaming better than Rosaria? They're very different characters though. I mean, technically Rosaria can be used as a DPS, but she's like, I don't know, like, she's more like an off-field character, whereas Gaming is strictly on-field. So, as for like on-field DPS wise, I think Gaming might straight up have a higher DPS ceiling, but Rosaria is playable in more teams. Whereas Gaming just has vape and freeze. Vape and melt. and that's it. Whereas Rosaria, you can play her in like quite a few teams, like Reverse Melt, right? Or like like the OG Melt team, right? Like the Bennett, Shengling, and then like 2 cryo characters. You could put either Kaya in there, Kaya and Rosaria, Chongyu and Rosaria, and whoever else. Yeah, so Rosaria I think has a lower DPS ceiling compared to Gaming, but is more versatile. How do you do that chart? I kind of help too. I suck at this game. Oh, yeah. So sorry, by the way, Ray. Like I had to take a quick look at Stella's Raiden Shogun. She only asked me to look at Raiden Shogun. Yeah, sorry, Stella. I might take a look at your other characters some other time. Ray asked me a question, which I think is gonna take me quite a bit to answer. So by the way, Ray, if you're wondering how to get this kind of chart. So first of all, you have to set up your character showcase over here in your Paimon menu. Click over here, edit your profile. So normally, like if you haven't set this up, it would be empty, like that. Now I don't remember which characters I put in there. Well, whatever. Yeah, so you have to select which characters to put on your character showcase. I don't know, like, who am I gonna put there? It's like, sure, you guys, I guess. 8? Sure. Maybe not Yelan. Yeah. Alright, and then, like, once you have that... So, this website, this is not an official Hoyo website. This is just a third-party website. I don't exactly know how it works, but... This does not update in real time. So like the fact that I changed my thing just now, like if I were to look up my own account just now, I wouldn't see the changes immediately. It would probably be like half an hour or maybe an hour after, like before I go to this website and see the changes that I made. But yeah, like basically you just get on Google, search for Genshin Enka, and then that's it. Probably, like, most likely the first result you'll find. Do be careful. Like, if you want to look up a Genshin accounts, make sure you're here on the Genshin side and not on the Star Rail side. Yeah, because they got Star Rail and Genshin in here already. I reckon they're probably going to add ZZZ in here as well, because ZZZ just came out. Anyway, so, okay, Ray. You said you're familiar with elemental reactions. Now, how about all the dendro reactions? Like, do you have any idea about what they are, what they do? Because you're... sorry, I have to know this because I have to know whether I have to explain dendro reactions because, like, Alhaitham was one of your questions. Did you check mine? Sure. Do you... Okay. Are you sure you have you put characters in your character showcase? Oh, you did. Okay, cool. Kazuha. Okay, what yikes. Okay. Okay. Well, all right. I'm sorry, right? Yeah. I understand you are a casual player. Five pieces, huh? Okay. All your characters have 5 pieces. Well, most of them do. Blizzard, Bless. So I'm looking at your artifacts now, and what I see is someone who's probably never farmed. Well, maybe not never, because you have some artifacts that come from domains, but like barely farmed artifacts. Now, granted, you know, you are AR50, so you probably haven't had that much time. You probably haven't had that much time to farm artifacts, right? Because you're probably focusing on leveling up your characters. I mostly just mix Nilou, Kaveh, sometimes Furina, and Beidou, Hyperbloom basically. Nilou, okay. Hyperbloom, possible, but a Hyperbloom team? No, not really. Beidou technically can trigger Hyperbloom with her E, but her E has kind of a long-ish cooldown. Like, what is it? 7.5 seconds, I think. Yeah, 7.5 seconds. So, like, basically, you're going to be able to trigger Hyperblooms once every 7.5 seconds. So, is it possible? Yes. Is it a good Hyperbloom team? No. So... Okay. Alright. Okay. I think I have a good idea now. Okay, I don't think I have to explain Hyperbloom, how Hyperbloom works then. Now, I think I will have to explain, like, character kits, though. So... Sorry, what was your question again? Your original question? Was it Alhaitham or Yelan, was it? I'm trying to look for it. So if you don't mind asking it again, please, like, I would greatly appreciate it, but I am looking for it right now. UID. You saw my UID? Stella, you can see my UID from all my old videos. It's in there. Like, yeah, all my old videos and old streams. I didn't bother, like, unlisting them or anything, because, like, it's not gonna change my life. I hardly ever do co-op anyway. I just feel bad. Like, I just have my UID hidden because I don't want everybody to add me, and, like, I feel bad because, like, my friend list is full. And that's the only reason why I have my UID covered. Alhaitham. Yeah, so sorry. I remember, Ray, what your question was, like, Alhaitham or someone, and I forgot. Do you build Rosaria? I did build Rosaria, but I never really used her. Well, not never. There was a time, like, way back then when I had much fewer characters than I do now, that I needed to use Rosaria because I didn't have anyone else. But yeah, she is kind of built. Not really, like, she doesn't have her own set, but yeah, she's usable. But I haven't used her in, like, I don't know, more than 2 years. Aloy. Well, the thing is, like, Aloy's cryo. So, and cryo has just not had a good time for a very long time now. And not cryo, but, like, freeze specifically. And, like, Aloy, not even a very good melt character. So, like, okay, what's her only option? Freeze. Okay, freeze is not very good. So, yeah. 2 years? Yeah, probably. Because, like, the last time I used Rosaria was... Man, I don't even remember. Those were... Okay, I don't remember when, but I remember, like, at what point I was in my, like, you know, in Genshin. I was at the point where I barely had any characters built. And, ow. I barely had any characters built. And I also suck at the game. Like, I'm not very good at it right now. But I'm certainly a lot better than I was 2 years ago. I'm gonna be honest, I have Kaveh full bias, so I want to know if getting Alhaitham would actually be worth it. Oh, okay. Well, Kaveh actually has in combat. Kaveh has nothing to do with Alhaitham. So I will say that. Like they have nothing, no synergy at all in combat. that was a fight if I've seen one. We were just just like man, I love fights like that. They're so much more exciting. I love that we were just like it's just trying to kill each other first. Is Farazan good? She is, but she's good in the one thing she does. If you have C6. Yeah, like, you really need her to be C6 for her to be actually good. But, like, if you have C6, then yeah, she is good. She's actually pretty good at what she does. You know, she's, granted, she's only good at one thing. But, you know, and that one thing, at least, she's very good. Feminine, he's the best out of them, or it's me who has him biased too, but whatever. Okay. Alright, taking a look at your account. Alright, so first, so geez, I don't even know where to start. So first, 4-piece sets. You like nobody needs 5 pieces of an artifact set. You really only need 4 pieces to get the 4-piece bonus. Some artifact sets, on some characters, are necessary, but not on all of them. Like very few. Like very distant Veneraire is a good example of an artifact set that you really want to get a 4-piece set of, even if the main stats are wrong. And by the way, by wrong, like whenever I talk about character builds, every time I say wrong, it really just means not the most optimal. Right? So like I have to establish that, because there's no such thing as a wrong build. Right? It's wrong if what you're trying to achieve is what you're doing is not helping you reach what you're trying to achieve. Then yes, it's wrong. Right? But and that's what I mean every time I say wrong whenever I talk about character builds. So a set like 4 Viridescent Veneraire, that's very important to have, even if the main stats are wrong. If you have a 4-piece of it, start using it, and then like keep farming until you have like the right main stats and substats that you want. Okay. In Kazuha's case, most people build him full elemental mastery. So that means an elemental mastery main stat for the sands, the goblet, and the circlet, and people generally run him with Favonius sword. Sacrificial sword is also okay, but most people run him with Favonius sword. Favonius is generally just more comfortable. Okay, Arlecchino. I'm gonna talk about Arlecchino because Arlecchino is probably she is a very mainstream and a very meta character. Whether you're a casual player or not, she is the best option you have at just getting a really strong character for combat. So I'm gonna talk about her a little bit. So okay, you're right about going 4-piece gladiator because of the normal attack bonus, but Hey Ray, sorry. How old are you? Like, if you don't mind me asking, or like, you don't have to tell me exactly your age, but like, just tell me, are you like in high school, in college, or what? Are you a working adult? Because, okay, you don't have to answer that directly, but like, if you know math, Genshin's combat scene is really just math. Is really just math. So think about this. Okay, let's go back into here. Oops. All right. So we have all of these stats, right? Like we have the crit damage, we have the base attack, shoot. Yeah. No. We have damage percent, right? We have all these stats. We have elemental mastery, and we go in here. We see these like multipliers, and then like when we go into talents, we also see these multipliers. 16. Okay, right. So like, okay. I hope I hope you don't hate math, because that's basically what Genshin's combat scene is about. It's just basically math. So try and think about it like this. Because like I really don't want to just give you a fish. I don't want to tell you just what to do. I want to like teach you like how to like figure it out. So in that way, you don't have to ask like you don't have to be like confused like what you're like what answers you're getting from someone, because like I'm not going to be the one that's gonna like that you're probably going to ask every time you have a question about a new character, etc. And not like some people might answer better than I can, but some people might, they might answer you and you're like, well, I think I understood those words, but I don't know how to do that, right? So basically think about it like this. A character, when you look at a character's kit, you find a way to figure out what their main source of damage is. If they're a damage dealer, if they're a buffer, then obviously that's different. But if they're a damage dealer, like Alhaitham is, you find a way to figure out what is their main source of damage. Now, in Alhaitham's case, that would be his skill. These things to be specific. Now, he does get some damage from his normal attacks, but not, it's not a lot. But this is like, I don't know, 90% of his personal damage. These three things. So what you do is you take a look at those multipliers. In Genshin, when you see a number that just says percent, right? Like, okay, let's go to Ganyu, for example. If you look at a character's kit, like in Ganyu's case, her main source of damage is, where is it? This thing, right? So it's her charged attack, the bloom thing, which is part of her normal attack talent. And when you look at it, you just see a number, a percent. That just means it's 392% of attack. So 392% of this attack is what damage you'll be doing. But when you crit, of course, when you don't crit, the damage you'll be doing is this times that if you don't crit. And of course, all of your other multipliers as well. All right, it's it's not this straightforward, like, because like I don't actually know how to do Genshin math, but like I just want to paint the picture that it's just math, and you want to just have big numbers all around. You don't want one big number. You want everything to be a not small number, is what you want to do. All right, so in Ganyu's case, okay, that would be this talent. Okay, this. All right, so that means because this is just number and then percent, that means she scales off of attack, which means you want attack stuff, right? You want, and by attack stuff, I mean you want this to be attack percent. If you don't have a crit weapon, you will want like an attack percent weapon, because you want attack on her. Now, in Alhaitham's case, it's a little different. Now, and it's the same, like, there's a lot of other characters that don't scale off of attack, right? Like, for example, Yelan, she scales off of, like, it says right here, right? 40.7% max HP, right? Which means she does not scale off of attack. Which means you don't want to use an attack stance on her. You want to use something like HP. And for Alhaitham's case, he scales off of both attack and elemental mastery. And that's why you will see most people run him with a set like this that gives you elemental mastery. And use an elemental mastery sans. Maybe a goblet as well. But most people run him with a dendro goblet because the math just tells us that a dendro percent goblet gives us more damage. So, okay. Alright, let's go back into this. Alright, so multipliers. You go into your multipliers. Alright, you find out, okay, how does this character do damage? What does he need? What stat does he use to do damage? Okay, in Alhaitham's case, it's attack and elemental mastery. Now, mathematically, like, this is heavier into elemental mastery. So once you have that, okay, elemental mastery. Then you multiply that with these multipliers. These percentages, but like in Alhaitham's case, because like it's attack and elemental mastery, you take that, you take like both your attack, you multiply the attack and your elemental mastery as well. Where is it? Yeah, elemental mastery as well. And then if you crit, then okay, this crit damage stat will be useful. But if you don't crit, then you might as well have 0 crit damage. Right? Because like, what's the point of having crit damage if you don't crit? So that's why having a good amount of crit rate is important. But having a good amount of crit damage is also important. I'd rather watch an hour-long compilation of Dr. Disrespect clips than do math. Yeah. I think I could agree with that. I mean, okay, not the Dr. Disrespect thing though, but I don't know. I've never seen a Dr. Disrespect video. I don't hate the guy. Like, you know, like he just makes his own content. That's just his content, and I think that's, you know, one of the reasons why he has so many haters. But like, I think that's his thing. That's just his thing. So I have no comment about him, really. But it's just not my type of content. Neither have I. I just know he has a very interesting look. Yeah, he has a persona. He has a persona that he has to keep up, though. Yeah. Anyway, like, once you crit, so basically you want what you want to do, how you want to build a character, a damage dealing character, is you want to take a look at what stat does he need, what does he use to deal damage with, and then you try to get a lot of that stat. In Alhaitham's case, it's attack and elemental mastery, and you want to do crit rate and crit damage. Now the final multiplier is, it's called damage percent. So I just checked, and crit damage is on the floor for every single one of them. Yeah, and I didn't want to, I looked at it, obviously I saw your characters already, right? Like, we already looked at them on the screen earlier. I didn't want to comment on them earlier because like that was like for much later on. But yeah, like they are, they're basically on the floor, right? So there's like one final multiplier, and this is like one of the most important multipliers in the game. And it is damage percent. So it is these numbers here. Some damage percent multipliers do not show up here. So something like Yelan has a, I think it's this. Yeah. Yelan has a passive, and this is a damage percent buff, but it doesn't show up in your stats. Furina as well. Like Furina, okay, I don't even know where it is, but like it's somewhere in there. Furina has a damage percent buff, but it doesn't show up in the stats. But it is one of the most important multipliers in the game, because there are not many sources of buffs that can give you damage percent. So And that's why you almost always see people running Alhaitham with a Dendro percent goblet. Even though you go into here and you're thinking like, oh well, he scales off of elemental mastery. No, because it's like trying to think about this. If your EM and your attack, no, you know what? I'm gonna use a simpler character to do this on because Alhaitham scales off of 2 stats, right? Attack and EM, so it's really complicated on him. So we're gonna use an attack scaler just to simplify things. So think about if your attack, if you have very low attack, let's say your attack is 1, and let's say your crit rate is, I don't know, like 50%, right? You have 50% crit rate, and your crit damage is 200%, right? And that means, okay, 50% means every other hit will statistically will crit. Right? Like every other hit crits and every other hit doesn't crit. So that number, because you have like 200% crit damage, that means when you crit, your damage will be double of that when you don't crit. Right? So if your attack, if you have 1 attack, that means you'll do 1 damage if you don't crit, and if you crit, you'll do 2 damage. Now that doesn't include the damage percent multipliers just yet. Like once you do that damage, there are like a lot of other stuff as well. There's also like enemy resistances, enemy defense, etc. There's a lot. But like we won't talk about that just now, right? So let's say you have, cryo damage, and your character is a cryo character, right? So you have a cryo damage, goblet. Now, when you let's say you have, I don't know, like 50% cryo damage. When you don't crit, your 1 damage will then be 1.5. But when you crit, your 2 damage will then be like, I don't know, like 3? Yeah. Right? It will then be 3, right? Because like 2 times 1.5 is 3. Or sorry, what? 2 times, like plus 50% of 2 is 3. Right? So like every time you're like attacking, you'll see numbers that are like between 1.5 and 3 with all those multipliers. But then why don't we raise that attack to something bigger? Right? Like let's change your attack into, I don't know. Let's switch to like, let's say 3 attack. Now your attack is 3, but you have 0 crit damage. Obviously that's impossible because every character has a base of, oh hey, what's up Shuri, how you doing, man? Because every character has a base of 50%. So let's say you have 0. Okay, you know what, let's take a look at your Arlecchino here. So your Arlecchino has about 1,000 attack, 22% crit rate, 73 crit damage. So, okay. You are AR 50? Okay, you're probably, okay, yeah, world level 5. Yeah, you are AR 50 ascended, which means, oh wait, ascended? No. You probably haven't ascended because I think you can get to world level 6 at AR 50. Yeah, alright, that's fine. Okay, so the fact that you can level 90 characters means you can also level 90 your weapons. And okay, oh, by the way, this is something that you might miss, and I think a lot of people miss very early on in the game, is when you go into your artifacts, your plume of death, people call this the feather. It says attack, right? It just says ATK and nothing else. But when you go into your weapon, it says base attack. Why do the characters in the loading screen just start randomly moaning? That was probably it's probably Ganyu. It's probably Ganyu, just, like in her the idle animation where she falls asleep. So but yeah, anyway, So base attack is like when you go into here, base attack is this number. So if I switch to a low base attack weapon, I don't know, I guess this. That white number goes way, way down. Had faith. I didn't know why they were so bad. Had faith. I didn't know why they were so bad. I mean, like, yeah. So, right? So, oh yeah, that's right. So, like, you're obviously this attack is your total attack, and the green number is like the attack percent that you get. Right? Obviously, like I have a bunch of attack percent stuff. Like I have this for my attack percent. And I have like, okay, like that, or substats. Do I have anything else? Yeah, there you go, right? Another attack percent substat. So yeah. And so I guess that's really it, really. Now as for, to answer your question about Alhaitham is one of the top on-field damage dealers in the game. So why I use the term on-field damage dealers is because Genshin is a little different when it comes to the term DPS. Like, if I don't know how much of a gamer you are, but if you played other video games, right, I'm sure you're familiar with the term DPS, right? And in Genshin, it's weird. It's like wrong. It's the wrong term to be using, because a character like Alhaitham needs to be on the field to do damage. So technically, yes, he's a DPS. But a character like Xiangling doesn't need to be on the field to do damage. But then, like, she doesn't really do anything else other than do damage. She doesn't buff, she doesn't debuff enemies, she doesn't heal, she doesn't shield, etc. So, okay, even though she's not on the field, technically, she's a DPS. But then, what about a character like Furina? Right, a character like Furina, she deals damage, and she buffs because of this. And you can even use her for healing. So is she a DPS? Right? So, and that's why, like, no one really uses the term DPS in Genshin. That, like, everybody sort of has their own, like, terminology. Like, there are some commonly used terminology, but, like, as for me, I have my own terminology. There's, like, the on-field DPS, on-field DPS, supports. Supports can, like, vary between, like, buffers, shielders, healers, enemy debuffers, crowd controllers as well. Yeah, there's so many. Take Raiden Shogun. Yeah, Raiden Shogun is, like, even today, most people consider Raiden Shogun a support. Even though if they put Raiden Shogun in a team, she is most likely going to be at least half of the team's DPS. What did someone make? Someone make a Not Like Us AI cover with Klee singing? What? Anyway, sorry, Ray. I know that was probably, like, the most boring. Like, you probably you probably weren't thinking, you know what? I'll go on YouTube, look for a Genshin streamer, expecting to, get a lecture from it. You probably weren't expecting that. I'm sorry if that's if that's not what you were expecting, but well, you asked me a question, so I had to answer. Oh, yeah, all right. Your artifacts are +0. Okay, well, wow. Alright, these are plus 20. Okay, the thing is, like, Kazuha is... You can build him? Okay, oh yeah, alright, right. So let's go into, like, another phase of this, of this. Some characters in Genshin are better suited to be damage dealers than others. So, like, for example... okay, character like Kukishinobu. At first glance, she's a healer. But then because of Dendro, she's technically a healer slash DPS. And it's like, you know, a bit of a long explanation as to how she is that way. Even though you don't need to build her crit, you just need to build her with a lot of elemental mastery. So, yeah, and that's why I mentioned earlier, like, I wanted to talk about Arlecchino, because Arlecchino is one of those characters that are better suited to being a damage dealer. In fact, Arlecchino is actually one of the best damage dealers in the game. Didn't even know about numbers. I just followed the training guide, and that's it. So thanks a lot, actually. I'm sorry, Ray. The training guide, huh? Where is it? This thing? Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, people memed on this thing when it was released. We didn't meme on it too hard though, but we were like, what if? Okay, it's kind of okay. I guess no, we weren't memeing on it so much as shaking our heads. Yeah, I guess that's the better that's a better way to put it. Like we weren't memeing on it so much as we were shaking our heads. Is yes, some of like most of it is right. That okay, so all right, like for example, in my case, Kukishinobu is not, you know, like at full power, right? Okay, when we click enhance, they say what is this? Sanctifying ring. Okay, yeah, they say top priority is a skill needs to be upgraded to level 10. And technically, it's gonna help you. But because that thing, well, it does some damage, but it is in a Dendro team, in a Hyper Bloom team, that is a tiny percent of her personal damage. And because in a Hyper Bloom team, you're going to build Kukishinobu full elemental mastery, you're not gonna have any crit on her. So any of her regular multipliers, any of these damage multipliers are basically useless. Because you're not gonna crit, your main source of damage is gonna be Hyper Bloom, which only scales off of character level and elemental mastery. Right, so technically, yeah, this is right, that if I level this up, it's gonna help me. It's gonna heal me more. But it's also not the most efficient, like, place for you to put your investment into. Do you have a Chongyun build for casual? Chongyun build? I mean, like, I don't know. He's an OG character, right? Like, he's a 1.0 character. He's an attack scaler. Just build him like you would any other attack scaling damage dealer, really. I've never built Chongyun, but hang on. There. Yeah, like, you know, like if again, look at his multipliers. Oops. All like attack percent. So whether you stay on the field with him or if you just use him as a burst, you know, as a burst DPS, who only swaps in to do burst damage, he's an attack scaler. Just build him how you would build any attack scaling damage dealer. Yeah, like give him attack stuff, attack percent sands, give him enough energy recharge so that you can burst every rotation. Give him good crit ratios, give him a good weapon. And that's really it. Really not much else to it. I just followed it and called it a day. Oh, that explains why. That explains why your Kazuha is level 90 and your artifacts on him are level 90. Okay. Yeah, no. The character, no, the training guide is, it's somewhat correct. Like, okay, a character like Kuki Shinobu, for example, like I mentioned, when you go into the training guide, when I click enhance, it doesn't, okay, like character level, it says, all right, character cannot be upgraded at the moment, right? So, and they're like, okay, good, right? Like check mark. So technically that is right on Kuki. Because like if because me, in my case, I use Kuki in a Hyperbloom team. Hyperbloom only cares about elemental mastery and character level. So in my case, this is correct. But if I go into weapons, oh yeah, okay, these are actually, I'm surprised. Those are actually good recommendations. Okay, cool. Hey, what's up, Ali? How you doing, man? Rain Slasher is what he was currently. Rain Slasher? I think that's okay if you... Wait, what is the passive? What is Rain Slasher's passive again? It was like... Deal more damage to characters affected by Electro and Hydro? I don't remember. Hang on. I need to play more character. Hydro or Electro? Yeah, okay. Chongyun? No, not really. I mean, like, so the passive is useless. Okay. Rain Slasher, I think, is okay in a melt team. And by melt team, I'm talking about like this OG like melt team that people used to run back in like the early days. Which was like a Bennett, Shangling, and then like two cryo characters. One of them was like when in 1.0, one of them was typically like Chongyun, and the other one was like Kaya, I think. Yeah, Kaya. What are you doing? I'm helping out a, well, Ray is not a new player, but he is a very casual player, and he just had some questions, and I don't know, like I didn't feel like giving him a fish. I felt more like teaching him how to fish. Fell asleep. You fell asleep watching? So yeah, anyway, I'm explaining to him basically like the thought process for like building characters in Genshin and building a team. We haven't gone to the team part yet, but we're at the character part. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Okay. So, let's okay, now that we've got that all down, right? Like, sir, never gonna forget this valuable mission. Sure, my pleasure, man. Please also explain to me Furina after this. Yeah, sure. Hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up, right? So basically, now you've got the gist of like the like how to build a character. Now, like how to build each character is very different, and that's like it's good. Like I don't know, like if it wasn't midnight here, I would love to sit here for the next like I don't know, like 8 hours and like talk about every single character and how to build them. But like I'd rather not do that right now because like it's 2 in the morning where I am. So I'd rather not do that right now, and I got work tomorrow at 10 in the morning. So okay, some of your most valuable characters here are Arlecchino, Furina, and Kazuha. Now I don't know what other characters you have on your account, but you can actually come up with a team with just these three. Now your fourth character, I mean, like your Albedo's already here, so you might as well use him. He's already leveled up. He's not gonna be very easy to build, but with Harbinger Dawn, it's actually pretty good. Actually, yeah. You know what? This is actually a good weapon on him, so it's like just keep that for now. All right. I guess I'll give you like a couple of things that you should like consider as a priority. So Arlecchino can benefit a lot from having 4-piece gladiator, but she can work without it. And why I'm telling you that she'll be fine without 4-piece gladiator is because the 4-piece gladiator you have on her right now is like it's garbage, right? It's okay, sure, attack percent, but then you have a defense percent circlet which doesn't do anything for her. So what you want to do is like go for a crit rate circlet. One that has, oh yeah, that's right. I guess substats. I have to talk about substats too. So earlier I mentioned something about correct main stat, and like it's not really right or wrong. It's more like the most optimal main stat. So these are main stats. These are substats. Ideally, okay, I'm gonna use this Ganyu build as like an example for your Arlecchino, because they're both attack scalers, so it's the same basically. The only difference will be you want pyro damage on Arlecchino, but it's also okay for now, especially because like you're pretty early on still trying to build your characters. You can also use an attack percent. So again, this is the Sands, Goblet, and Circlet. So Sands, just go with attack percent. Goblet is the only artifact that you can get damage percent on. But if you don't have a pyro damage bonus Goblet that has good substats or like usable substats like crit rate, crit damage, attack percent, then just go with an attack percent main stat like this for your Goblet. One that ideally has crit rate, crit damage, and attack percent. Ideally. For your Circlet, ideally something kind of like this. Crit rate main stat with a crit damage substat. This is the most important part. And like if you have attack percent, great. If you have if you have elemental mastery, okay, great, sure. But your top priority is crit rate main stat, crit damage substat on your Circlet. And right now, I would say don't think too much about the artifact sets. Just make sure you get stats. That's really it right now. Your top priority is because you have no stats at all. So once you have stats, then you can start thinking about putting together an artifact set. My career team is Chongyun, Barbara, Razor, and Traveler. Oh. Bony Tony. Sounds like you're a pretty new player too. What AR are you, man? Sir, I see all these Nivea players getting 50k damage and I can only do 15 to 20k damage. How do I do this? Wait, sorry. Ali, was that you asking earlier about Furina? I'm sorry. It's late. Or was that you, Boney? Oh, that was you. Okay. That was you. Yeah. Alright, anyway, yeah, sorry. I'm wrapping up with Ray here. So yeah, again, try to get an attack percent Sands, pyro damage Goblet. Again, all the time, think about like the correct main stat and usable substats. And for now, that's really only crit rate and crit damage. Attack percent's okay, elemental mastery is okay, but your top priorities are crit rate, crit damage, substats. but an even higher priority than that is the correct main stat. So attack percent sans pyro damage goblet or attack percent goblet, crit rate circlet with a crit damage substat. Also, level up your weapons. Your weapon is a guaranteed way to get damage. Your weapon and your talent levels. Now for Arlecchino, like, ignore these two. Completely ignore these two. These are useless. Stop using your resources on it. Just level up her normal attack talent. Just this one. Okay, that's not very clear over there, so I'm gonna go over here then. Character archive. Shoot, Arlecchino. Can I find you? There. All right. That is there. All right. Yeah. So only level up this talent. You can completely ignore these two. These two are almost completely useless on Arlecchino. Only level up this thing. And that's it. Again, weapons and talents are a guaranteed way to level up a character. Oh yeah, for many characters, you don't need to level them all the way to 90. You can, and it's not gonna it's not gonna reduce your damage, but the amount of resources you need to take a character from 80 to 90, like, you have to use so many resources, but you gain little to nothing for it. No, actually, maybe not nothing, but like very little to even more little. So yeah, like for now, just the only, like, the highest you should take your characters to would be level 80 out of 80. So something like I got a bunch of characters at level 80 out of 80. Yeah, so something like this, right? Like 80 out of 90, sorry, not 80 out of 80. 80 out of 90, 80 out of 90, 80 out of 90, right? Like, just let's just leave many of your characters like that for now. Because there aren't that many characters that benefit a lot from going all the way to 90. Plus the fact that you're AR 50, which means you have very limited resources, very limited Morna, very limited XP books. So yeah, like, just be efficient with your resources for now. Anyway, if you have any other questions, Ray, if you use Discord, just join our Discord server. We have a Discord, like, it's in the pinned message in YouTube chat. That's our Discord server link. My name is Elvis Einstein there. If you want my help specifically, there are other really smart people on our Discord server as well. So if you have, like, any other, like, specific questions, you can go on there too. Anyway, Ali, Furina explanation. Where do I start? I guess, okay. The two most important things that Furina does is she applies Hydro to enemies, and she buffs you. She buffs your team. Right? And the buff is not like a universal buff. It doesn't buff everything, but it buffs most things. So in Furina's case, it is a damage percent. Well, yeah, most things, yeah. It is a damage percent buff, which means anything that is not. Yeah, so, okay. Overload, Hyperbloom, Burgeon. Yeah. Overload, Hyperbloom, Burgeon, Swirl, and Swirl. Yeah, and Swirl. Those are the only things that do not get buffed by Furina's burst. So, if the team that you're running Furina in is none of those, then okay, use her, and your team is going to do great. I don't understand the elemental skill. Oh, okay. So basically, all right, hang on. I have Furina. Oh yikes! I'm not. I gotta get on land. Sorry, so I can show you. So don't think too much about her skill. Now I understand like when you go in, I understand that when you go in here, they're like, what does that mean? Like, oh my goodness, what are these? No, like don't think too much about it. Basically, when you use her skill, okay, Furina has two modes. Furina has two modes, right? Like, this is her first mode. Like, this is one of her modes. Her hair is short. Her color scheme is like darker blue, and this is like, think of this as her like attack mode. But when you do a charged attack, she switches into her other mode, which is basically her healer mode. She has longer hair. Her like the color of this part of her dress is like, it changes to white. I don't know if there's like any other difference, but yeah, like it's different, right? Now when you're in this mode, when you press your E, you summon this thing, and that thing just heals. It doesn't do anything else, it just heals. But when you do a charged attack, you switch back into your attack mode, and you have these three guys. So these three guys, they will attack enemies on their own. They're basically moving turrets. Like, try and imagine Yaimiko's turrets, but instead they move around, and they're Hydro. And yeah, and they're Hydro. And they are also, well, two of them are AoE. Right? Like, basically these three are like Yaimiko's turrets, but they're Hydro. Okay, so another unique thing about these is every time one of these guys attacks, it drains your whole team's HP. So by how much? And that's what these numbers are for. Where is it? Yeah, there. Okay, yeah, these things. So hang on, consumption. Okay, so yeah, these three, right? So like, I don't know, just ignore whoever is who. I have no idea who is who. I don't remember. But every time they attack an enemy, it drains your team's HP by these amounts, depending on who attacks. Crabelletta, I guess that's the crab. Cheval Marin, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, but basically, yeah, the crab. Every time the crab attacks, it drains your whole team's HP by 3.6%, 1.6, 2.4%, depending on who attacks. But if your whole team's HP is already at 50%, and I don't know if you noticed, but before I started healing them, like, look at this. My Zhongli and Duvelet are both at exactly 50%, right? Like, look at that. Their HP bars are exactly where the slash is. Because Furina's, like, these guys cannot drain your team's HP anymore if everyone is at 50, if they are at 50%. So they will not drain below 50%. If you see that your character has below 50% HP, it probably means you got hit, or they have some other abilities that reduce their own HP, like Hu Tao's skill or Kuki's skill. Hey, what's up? Welcome back, Baku. You know that does round normal damage, 20k without any buffs. Kaza and Furina, so gone with damage weapon. So that's basically it. Now, question: why does Furina do that? Right? Why does she drain the HP? So, okay, yeah. Well, what about the burst? Right, this is a good time to go into the burst. So the Furina's burst is where you get a damage percent buff from. It's a pretty big buff. Now, it's not like it doesn't buff you when you use the burst. What it does is now you have the potential to get a buff, to get a big buff. So the buff that you get from using her burst is it's a damage percent buff, and that you get a bigger buff the more HP in your whole team changes. And by changes, I mean both going down and going up. My luck in wishing is trash right now. Well, I guess that's most of us, man. Most of us, most of the time. Yeah, and that's why these dudes drain your HP. Because if you don't drain your HP, then that means you can't heal your own HP. Then that means you have no HP changes. Right? You cannot change your HP. And that's why these guys drain your HP. Because like I said, the buff you get from using her burst, you get more of the buff the more your team's HP changes. The more it drains and or heals. So that's why when you first use her burst, you're not gonna feel like there's a buff. But that depends. That depends on how you use it. Like maybe you swap. Okay, here's a good example. Hang on, let me think of a team we could use. Oh, this is gonna be hard to see. I just realized this is not gonna be easy to show. Because Furina starts, like, everyone starts off with full HP. Let's see. Okay, oops. And okay. So I first use the burst, then start attacking with Navia charged attacks. Okay. Oh yeah. Sorry. Ali, you mentioned earlier what your team was. What was your team again? Nivelet, Kazuha, Furina. Nivelet, Kazuha, Furina. Okay. Yeah. All right. Nivelet, Kazuha, Furina. So, hang on. Okay, I'm gonna have to switch this around. I'm gonna use that team then. Don't know who to pick for the fourth one. Just pick whoever, man. Oh, fourth one. So, because you're using Nivelet, pick a fourth character that gives you a different hydro elemental reaction. Because, okay, in my case, my team would be Furina, Kazuha, Furina, Zhongli, and Nivelet. And okay, so why these, right? Obviously Furina for the buff, as well as like the second hydro character for hydro elemental resist. Sorry, what? Elemental resonance, right? Which gives you, where is it? Yeah, this thing, right? So having two or more characters in the team gives your entire team 25% more HP, right? And Nivelet's an HP scaler, Furina's an HP scaler, which means just having two hydro characters already gives you a little bit more damage. But Nivelet, if you don't have C1 Nivelet, he loses damage potential. He doesn't lose damage, but he loses damage potential from not having 4 characters of different elements. But if you have C1, then that's not a problem. So, okay, you don't know who to use for a fourth character. Just use any character that gives you a different hydro elemental reaction. Because he has a passive where you have to do like 3 different hydro elemental reactions in order to get the maximum of the buff. Like I'm not talking about Furina, but like Nivelet. Nivelet has a passive that gives him a lot of damage percent if you do 3 3 unique elemental reactions, right? So who you want to use in my case, that's Zhongli, because I do like crystallize on him, and I also want Zhongli for the shield because I don't have resistance to interruption I don't have resistance to interruption because I don't have C1 Nivelette. Liar? Happy? Is that you? Okay. So here's what here's a good example, right? I'm gonna use I'm gonna use a shield just, so that it's not annoying. So here's my Nivelette damage. 19k 62, right? That's the base damage. With the Zhongli shield. Yeah, 19,062. Okay. Now, let's try it using Furina's burst. But no HP changes. 0 HP changes. Okay, let's turn this on. Oh, no, that's a mistake. Probably. Why'd you change your YouTube name, man? Okay. Here. Alright, burst on Furina. Okay. I didn't summon her little things. Alright, I didn't summon her little things, so no one is draining my HP. But the thing is, Nivelette drains his own HP and he heals his own HP. So see? At the beginning there, oh, you saw that. 19,000, like you saw the beginning, you saw 19,062. But as my HP started draining, my damage started getting higher. Because my HP was draining, therefore my HP was changing. Right? And the more HP your whole team changes, draining or losing and healing HP, the more Furina buffs you. Okay, so for now, I'm gonna summon these guys now. I'm not gonna get the crystallized thing just yet. Okay, I'm gonna use my burst too while I'm draining everyone's HP. And because I've been draining for a little bit now, I'm already at 22k, right? Because the whole team has already been like draining HP, and draining is also an HP change. So yeah, are you starting to get the picture now, Ali? Anyway, here's well, this kind of team doesn't really have like a perfect rotation. As like in my case, I just need to get a crystallize and I need to get a swirl to get Nivelette's draconic stacks. So what I typically tend to do is like I do this, I do this, and then I get a crystallize, I get a swirl, and then I start doing damage. And that's typically like my rotation. Now because I just started, everyone's HP was still at max. Everyone's HP was still at max, so I wasn't getting much of Furina's buff then. But after my second or third rotation, I'll be getting a lot more damage percent. A lot more of Furina's buff. All right. Well, anyway, I'm glad you can see it now. Basically, it's just like Furina's kit is like not very complicated. It's complicated to explain. It's complicated to like learn for yourself. But it's basically you get a damage buff from her burst, but you have to keep changing your team's HP, either draining it from Furina's skill, or getting hit by enemies, or healing. And then the more you do that, the more buff you get from Furina's burst. And that's basically it. Thank you so much. Sure. My pleasure, man. My pleasure. Furina sounds so much sweeter in that version than in English. Oh, you know what? I agree with you. Yeah, I actually said that before in when I first swapped into the Japanese audio after owning Furina. I thought, yeah, she does. I like that was one of my first reactions. I thought Furina sounds so much sweeter. Went from 19k to 40k. Nice, nice. Congrats, man. Congrats, yeah. I'm not sure. Am I done with today's stuff? No, I'm not done. Okay, I'm done with that weekly boss. Okay, I'm not done with 2 weekly bosses yet. Is Mona worth it, or should I give up? What do you mean, is Mona worth it? How are you pulling for Mona? Mona's a standard 5-star. Hey, what's up, Nishank? How you doing, man? Aim for C0 and Abilit, 0 Furina, worthy, right? Sorry, who? You mean both of them? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. C0 Furina and C0 Nivelette, they're definitely worth it. Wishing? Sorry, Boney. Where are you wishing for Mona? Because Mona doesn't have a banner. There is no way to guarantee getting Mona. Yeah, no matter which banner you wish on. And the odds of you getting Mona instead of the other standard 5-stars are really low. A standard banner? I'm so desperate, I'm literally wishing for her outside her house. Dude, the odds of that happening are basically 0. Just stop using up your primos on the standard banner, man. Standard banners are not worth it. Mona's not even that... Yeah, Mona's not even very good anymore at this point in the game. Like, if you have Furina, then like there's no way you're ever gonna beat Mona. Unless if it's for like a very specific reason that you yourself know exactly what you're doing. No, because Mona's most important jobs used to be applying Hydro from off-field, AoE Hydro, and her buff, like her Omen. No, it's not a buff, it's more like a debuff to the enemies, and maybe using TTDS. But other than that, no. Whereas Furina, she basically does all of that already. Right, she applies Hydro, and her Hydro application is much more consistent. Well, not very consistent, but like it's much more, like you have much more uptime. Whereas, okay, let's take a look at Mona. Mona's... Okay, skill duration. There's not even a duration in here. There's not even a duration here. I forgot that this doesn't show a duration. But this is like, from what I remember, it's like 5 or 6 seconds on. But on a 12-second cooldown means it's 50% uptime. Whereas you go on a character like Furina, 20-second cooldown, but those things last for 30 seconds. So Yeah, you can have them up all the time. Use Enka or Akasha? I hardly ever use Akasha, but I do use Enka, but not for myself. I use it to help other people. Oh, new village stats so I can set a goal. Okay. Yeah, there. Okay. So these are my new village stats. C0 with prototype Amber. Of course, for a hunter as well. And a hydro goblet. I logged into Genshin and got jump scared by Collie. Jump scared by Collie? What quest are you on? Can I do one Zyphos movement I mean, it's up to you, man. Like, the tolerance for risk I don't think is something that other people can answer for you. Like, how willing are you to tolerate risk, right? I don't think that's something that other people can answer for you. How much you personally tolerate risk. I think the best answer you can get from other people is really, like, whether they think it's worth it or not. But whether it's worth it highly depends on how much you have, or how little or how much you have, and how much do you need what little you have. Holly broke the fourth wall. Really? Wait, she did? When did she do that? Not even on a quest. I just logged in. I logged on and Collie is on my team. She was just staring at the screen. You're scared by your face. Okay, I'm assuming you were like facing a wall or something. Thank you so much for your help. Again, it's currently 12:30 at night. Where I live, so I'm going to sleep. All right. Hey, thanks for coming by to hang out with us for a bit, man. Take care. Take care. Good night, Ollie. What time do you stream, by the way? I don't really have a regular time to stream. In fact, I don't even stream every day. I really only stream if there is something to do. And today is Monday, so I had my weeklies to do. Weekly bounties, weekly bosses, weekly requests, and of course my regular daily stuff as well. If, like right now, for example, like there's kind of nothing to do, right? Like our, banner's about to go, and there's not even an event. right? So it's kind of nothing to do. In fact, like last week, I didn't stream at all. Like I only streamed on Monday, and that's it. This just Monday, like just this same exact stream that I'm doing now from last week, and then that's it because there was nothing else to do. All the events are gone. Tomorrow though, I think I might stream tomorrow evening because like Abyss is gonna reset. But other than that, like there's really nothing else for me to do tomorrow. Exit. Good luck. See you on the next month probably. Oh, alright. Hey, it was good to see you again, Happy. Yeah. You know, I hope you're doing well now, man. Take care. Good night, man. Are you pulling for any Natlan characters or have a favorite by far, like Capitano or so? I'm certainly... Oh, this is the wrong team. I'm certainly hyped for Capitano because we know nothing about Capitano other than the fact that he's the strongest Harbinger. So I'm curious. I'm not hyped, but I'm just curious as to whether or not Capitano is going to be good or not. Okay. Shoot. Archon, obviously. I'm hyped for the Archon, as should everyone be. Whether you're a casual or a meta player, I think everyone should be hyped for any Archon. Bye. Alright. Hey, take care, Ali. Good night, man. He better not disappoint, cause isn't like he either like right above or below Rooster? I'm not sure about their rankings, but I know that he is like the strongest. That's all I know. Like, the strongest like combat. I think. What's his name? The rooster? I forgot what his name was. He's the elf guy. I believe, like, I'm pretty sure that guy, that Harbinger, is more powerful in terms of influence. Cause like, the talk I've heard about him from other people is that he's some kind of politician, or like a mayor or something. Forgot to subscribe. It's alright, man. Praying on Venti that he's cryo. What? I want to pull for him. Praying on Venti? Sorry, you're praying for Venti to be cryo? Do you think any characters should have a different element? Any characters should have a different element. Sorry, what do you mean? Like, do I think every character should have their own unique element? He's Animo. Oh yeah. Like, no, he's Animo. Venti is the Animo Archon. So yes, he would be Animo. Oh, come on. I hate it when these guys do that. I'm praying to every god I know for Capitano to be cryo. Oh, for Capitano. I see. Hey, what's up, Dusky? How you doing, man? Like a Geo character should have gone Electro instead, or Geo or Pyro instead of Hydro. That's what I mean. Okay, well, why do you think that?
私は下げず
世界の熱狂の渦にお披露目だ。
剣女盤石もみちが散らまく惜しみたはっそこだ静粛に
Just came out from Genshin. Got some really bad artifacts. Well, I mean, isn't that what I'm literally doing right now? I'm farming for bad artifacts is what I'm doing. I haven't gotten anything useful from this domain for months now. 200 Animo instead of Geo. So I was curious what Noelle would be like. She had Anima instead of Geo. Ah, okay. I get it now. I get it. Sorry, man. It's late, so brain's not working as well as it should. But yeah, that would be an interesting. That would be an interesting thought. Like hang on. Who else would be a different element? I think the game's balance would be completely out of whack. Like if everyone had the same exact kit, but just a different element. I think like the whole game's balance would be completely out of whack. Like imagine a Dendro Yelan. Imagine a Dendro Yelan. Or yeah, I don't know. It'd be crazy. Should have a Pyro Vision instead of a Geo personality, but Razor should be Geo. Anyway, I'm sorry guys, it's getting really late. Yeah. So that's gonna be it for today, guys. I'm done with all the stuff that I gotta do anyway. So if you guys need any more help building your characters, accounts, making a decision on which banners to pull for, feel free to join our Discord server. Links are in the description of all my videos, VODs, and streams, and in the pinned message in YouTube chat. If you want my opinion personally, you can ping me over there. My name is Elvis Einstein. Of course, you can ask for other people's opinions too over there. Thank you guys so much for coming by, hanging out, and being awesome people. Have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, and take care, everybody. Bye, guys.
はあ、つまんないの。何か面白いことはないかい?
Good night to you. Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, good night to everybody who's, well, you know, if it's evening where you are. But yeah, take care, everyone. Thanks again.